Chapter 1176 Emperors are nothing great as well. Chapter 1176 Emperors are nothing great as well. They would naturally not believe that Yang Yi could fight 3 emperors on his own. After all, not to mention 3, they wouldn't even believe that he could fight 1. Because being able to fight quasi-emperors at the Saint Realm was heaven-defying enough. As for fighting emperors at the Saint Realm, it wasn't unprecedented, but it only occurred once in a few thousand years. Of course, that was in the current Dark Hell continent. If it was the Dark Hell continent from tens of thousands of years ago, it had countless geniuses. So, not to mention their strength in Dark Hell continent, their geniuses were even amongst the strongest in the other regions. They didn't believe that Yang Yi could fight an emperor, but they felt that Yang Yi definitely had a trump card or the backing of someone or some power. In short, Yang Yi was their last hope right now. Bang! Suddenly, void rank intent surged out from within Yang Yi and swept up into the air to resist the gray-robed old man's terrifying aura. Void rank sword intent. The others were shocked at the sight of this scene, because they never imagined that Yang Yi actually possessed void rank sword intent. A trace of surprise flashed through the old man's eyes because there were very few sword cultivators on the continent, especially strong sword cultivators. "You have some ability, but you're still too weak." The old man took a step forward, and his aura rained down and instantly suppressed Yang Yi's void rank sword intent. "Is that so?" A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and he took a step forward as well. Void rank slaughter intent shot up into the air. As soon as this second intent appeared, the old man's aura was instantly pushed back. Void rank slaughter intent. Everyone here was astounded. He possesses 2 types of intents. They were beyond shocked. This even included Yi Luyun, Mu Kanglin, and the other quasi-emperors amongst them. Obviously, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to have comprehended both void rank sword intent and slaughter intent. 2 types of void rank intents. Where did such a monstrous genius come from? Meanwhile, there was excitement on the faces of Yuan Feng and the others. Because they knew that Yang Yi was a peerless genius, and besides a power like the World Devastator cult, there was no other power that could foster such a genius. The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Yang Yi replied, "Who I am isn't important." Yang Yi pointed at the woman in a blue dress and said, "We actually have no intention to go against the Dark Sky sect, but it couldn't be helped. She was too brainless and insisted on killing us. So, for the sake of our survival, we had no choice but to kill our way out of their encirclement. Now allow me to display my sincerity once more. I'll give her back to you, and we'll let bygones be bygones, all right?" "Are you joking?" The old man continued. "You killed so many members of my sect and even took one of our members hostage, yet you want to let bygones be bygones? Don't you think it's very laughable?" Yang Yi looked the old man in the eye and said, "We have no intention to go against the Dark Sky sect. But your people insisted on killing us. So we had no choice but to fight back. We couldn't have just stood by idly and waited for death to arrive, right? How laughable." The old man laughed with ridicule. "Are you trying to reason with me?" Yang Yi nodded. "Could it be that you don't want to?" "Reason? What's that?" The old man had a wisp of disdain on the corners of his mouth. "You've lived for quite some time. Have your seniors not taught you that the fist is always in the right? If my Dark Sky sect wants to kill you, then you should bare your neck and receive death." The others behind Yang Yi had utterly unsightly expressions on their faces when they heard the old man. Meanwhile, Nan Shuang walked over to Yang Yi's side and spoke softly. "Stupid! You can't try to reason with people in this world. The more you try, the more they'll think that you can be bullied and do all they can to bully you. Reason can only be used when both sides have almost equal strength, and that's the only time that it's possible for both sides to sit down and reason with each other. Or perhaps after you've crushed them, then they will beg you to reason with them even if you refuse to do so." Yang Yi rubbed Nan Shuang's head and spoke softly. "In the past, some said that my character is too extreme, and I don't know how to act according to the situation. I cause minor incidents to become huge incidents, and I make huge incidents go out of control. There are many occasions that even I feel that it's true." Yang Yi chuckled at this point and said, "But I've noticed that what they call acting according to the situation is mostly just the act of making a compromise to save a situation. If others want to hit me, I can't resist them, and I even have to bring my face to them so that they can strike it. Because I would suffer endless problems once I hit back. In that way, the problem would grow more and more serious. Just like what happened earlier. They wanted to kill us, but we can't kill them because once we do, then the problem we face would grow greater and greater. But we would die if we don't kill them." Yang Yi gazed at Nan Shuang at this point. "Tell me, how should we act according to such situations?" Nan Shuang thought for a moment and said, "Kill. Kill until no one dares to offend us. Just like the World Devastator cult. No one dares to offend them because they are strong." Yang Yi roared with laughter and said, "Little girl, you're right. I, Yang Yi, refuse to make compromises to save the situation throughout my lifetime. If they dare to bully me, then I'll repay it tenfold. If they dare to try and kill me, then I'll kill that person even if it's the Heaven Tao." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked over to the woman in a blue dress. Her expression changed as she thought that Yang Yi intended to kill her. She was about to speak when Yang Yi grabbed her by the shoulder and tossed her over to the old man. Everyone here was stunned. Even the woman and the old man were stunned because none had expected Yang Yi to do that. Yang Yi condensed an intense sword in his grasp as he looked up at the old man. "I've always looked down upon those who use women to threaten others. I, Yang Yi, disdain to use a woman to threaten my enemies. If your dark sky sect wants to kill us, then come do it. Now." The old man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi before he said, "Those women around you will be spared later." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man tapped his finger forward. A pitch-black finger tore through space and carried a terrifying aura as it arrived above Yang Yi, and it was about to squash Yang Yi into mush. Oem! A sword howl resounded abruptly, and then a ray of light shot up into the sky and struck the black finger. The black finger shook violently and shattered apart, while the ray of light didn't slow down at all as it shot straight at the old man. The old man waved his right hand, and the woman instantly vanished on the spot. After that, he clenched his right fist and slammed it in Yang Yi's direction. Bang! A dazzling ray of light flashed out from his fist, and it slammed against Yang Yi's attack. Suddenly, the old man's pupils constricted, and his body moved sideways slightly. After that, the others watched with astonishment as the old man's right arm flew up into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was 300 m behind the old man. The others were stunned on the spot. It was the ultimate version of death by a thought. The first attack was just a distraction, and Yang Yi's true objective had been utilizing death by a thought. He naturally wouldn't hold back against an emperor, and he used all his strength as soon as he attacked. However, he'd still underestimated emperors slightly. Even though he'd killed numerous emperors in the past, it was under the circumstances that he joined forces with Xiongqi. Yet now, it was clearly not realistic for him to instantly kill an emperor with ease while he was all by himself. Even if he was a saint now and his strength had improved tremendously, it still wasn't realistic. The old man turned around to gaze at Yang Yi while his arm was being restored at a visible speed. He gazed at Yang Yi with a solemn expression in his eyes. I really did. He was about to speak when Yang Yi withdrew an ancient sheath, and then sheathed and drew his sword in an instant. A ray of sword energy shot forward, and it was swift as a bolt of lightning. Space was sliced apart in its wake, forming a very long spatial rift in the sky. It was 150 overlapped heavenlands. Once he attained the Saint Realm, he was able to overlap 150 heavenlands at once. Coupled with the boost provided by his dual intense and physical strength, the strength of that attack was extremely terrifying. The old man's face immediately became extremely serious when he saw the ray of sword energy that was approaching him. Spatial concentration. As soon as he spoke, the old man waved both his hands, and the space around him instantly started to concentrate in layers. In an instant, the space before him had overlapped by at least 100 layers. It even caused the old man's figure to seem warped when the others looked at him from the other side. Meanwhile, Yan Ye's sword energy slammed against the overlapped layers of space. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the sky. Yan Ye's sword energy sliced through the space before the old man, but it didn't take long for it to stop. After that, the space there suddenly started to warp. In an instant, Yan Ye's sword energy was crushed into bits. Meanwhile, Yan Ye stomped his right foot against the space below him, and his figure shook before he transformed into a ray of light that swept towards the old man. Bang! The space before the old man collapsed in an instant, and then countless rays of light flickered incessantly through the sky and surrounded the old man. It didn't take long for numerous explosions to resound through the sky, and the space there was even trembling without end. Meanwhile, the others on the ground below were absolutely shocked as they witnessed the battle occurring in the sky above. It was a battle between a saint and an emperor. Something that they'd only heard of had actually occurred right before their eyes. Bang! Meanwhile, a muffled explosion resounded in the sky, and then a figure was blasted away. The spectators' hearts shook when they witnessed this scene. Because that figure was Yan Ye. Yan Ye finally stopped after flying almost 3 kilometers back. Yan Ye looked down at his chest, and he saw a palm print there. But it was very shallow. He looked up at the old man, and he saw the old man's face had a bloody injury on it. It was an injury created by sword energy. I really did underestimate you. The old man clenched his fists and said, But don't worry. I won't do that again. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around Yan Ye and the old man instantly started to ripple like a surging river. Meanwhile, the intense sword in Yan Ye's grasp dispersed slowly, and he unclenched his fists. The fire dragon gauntlets appeared over his hands as he turned around to look at Nan Shuang. A slight smile curled up onto the corners of his mouth as he said, Actually, emperors are nothing great as well. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his right fist slowly. Crack! A clear and resounding crack arose. The space around his fist had cracked apart. Chapter 1177 My Sword is Starving. Chapter 1177 My Sword is Starving. Numerous arm-thick cracks appeared throughout the sky, and they were spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. In next to no time, the space in an area of over 5 kilometers around Yan Ye and the old man in linen robes had cracked apart. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura rained down like a million mountains. Countless people in the surroundings were horrified, and they retreated towards the surroundings. The old man's face had become extremely solemn as well. Even though Yan Ye hadn't launched the attack, the energy contained within Yan Ye's fist caused his heart to palpitate. Is he really a saint? The old man didn't think further. He raised his hands and made a clawing motion. In an instant, the space throughout the sky was repaired in an instant, and then he shouted, Mince! As soon as his voice resounded, the space around Yan Ye instantly started to twist and warp. The mincing force created in the space around him caused Yan Ye to immediately frown. At the same time, his body had actually started to warp as well. A ferocious expression appeared on the corners of Yan Ye's mouth, and he swiftly slammed his right fist forward. Bang! A wave of terrifying force surged out like a torrent from Yan Ye's fist, and the space before him collapsed in an instant. The others in the surroundings were horrified and fled madly towards the surroundings. They didn't dare to come close to the area where Yan Ye and the old man were. A very long time passed before the space in the sky returned to normal, and both Yan Ye and the old man appeared once more before them. At this moment, the old man was very far away from Yan Ye, and there was a wisp of scarlet red on the corner of his mouth. He's injured! Tempestuous waves instantly surged through the hearts of all the spectators. It didn't take long for them to look at Yan Ye. On the contrary, there didn't seem to be any difference in Yan Ye's appearance. It seemed like he was completely fine. The old man lost? The old man was staring at Yan Ye while blood was still seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Yan Ye suddenly started walking towards the old man, and then a pillar of blood shot up into the sky from within him. After that, A blood-red sword appeared in Yang Ye's right grasp before he sheathed it. A terrifying aura, and monstrous baleful energy and slaughter intent swept through the sky, and even the old man couldn't help but take a step back. Yang Yi gazed at the old man while a ferocious smile arose on the corners of his mouth. This attack of mine once killed an emperor. Old man, do you want to give it a try? The old man stared at Yang Yi as he said, Good. Very good. I really misjudged you. As he spoke, blood started flowing incessantly from the corner of his mouth. Yang Yi asked again, Are you going to try it or not? The old man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. He'd fled. The others' mouths opened wide while they felt completely dazed. Because an emperor had actually been heavily injured and fled in a battle with a saint. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have absolutely not believed it. However, no matter what had happened, this incident could be said to have come to an end for now, at least. They heaved a sigh of relief. However, a few figures suddenly shot out from the gorge in the distance. It was those experts from Doomsday City. The black-robed man who led the ground glanced at them, and his gaze descended upon Yang Yi in the end. He was slightly stunned when he saw Yang Yi was completely blood-red, and he said, You're actually still alive. Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed man and asked, Do you want me dead that badly? The black-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly. It's fine. Since you're alive, I'll kill you again. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man was about to attack. However, a ray of blood-red light flashed, and then his figure stiffened on the spot while his eyes opened wide. An instant later, his head tilted to the side and rolled off his neck. Blood shot up like a fountain. He'd been killed in an instant. A quasi-emperor had been killed in an instant. The remaining experts of Doomsday City were shocked, and they gazed at Yang Yi like he was a monster. Meanwhile, another ray of blood-red light flashed, and the head of another quasi-emperor flew into the air. This time, the two remaining quasi-emperors from Doomsday City didn't dare to stay stunned on the spot, and they immediately turned around and vanished into the horizon. Yang Yi was about to pursue them when Yi Luyun suddenly appeared in front of him. Keeping them alive is useful to us. Yi Luyun stopped abruptly at this point, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Because Yang Ye's gaze at her carried terrifying killing intent. Yang Yi started walking towards Yi Luyun while his sword trembled. Yi Luyun was horrified. Fortunately, a small white head suddenly emerged from Yang Ye's chest. The small white head glanced at the surroundings, and then stretched out her little claw and tapped Yang Ye's chest. After that, it returned back into Yang Ye's chest. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stopped moving and closed his eyes slowly. A long time passed before the blood-red glow started to slowly retract into him. Around 10 breaths of time later, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and they were clear once more. Yi Luyun instantly heaved a sigh of relief at the sight of this. Because she felt like she was about to die just now. Even though she was a quasi-emperor, she didn't have even an ounce of confidence to face Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head slightly, and then he glanced at the others. Everyone, I represent the Sword Alliance in extending a sincere invitation to all of you to join us. Those who are willing will be one of our own from now on. If I, Yang Yi, gain something, all of you will definitely have a share as well. As for those who are unwilling, it's fine. We'll just part peacefully. All of them fell silent. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto Yi Luyun. Miss Yi, what do you think? Yi Luyun fell silent for a long time before she said, I'm willing to join the Sword Alliance. Yang Ye's strength was comparable to an emperor. Even she refused to believe that such a person didn't possess the backing of a mysterious power. Presently, all of them were definitely in the Dark Sky Sect's blacklist. If they didn't find someone to rely on, then all they could do was flee. Moreover, they had to flee after disbanding their groups. Because it was impossible to flee in a large group as they would be a huge target. Besides that, they would have to go into hiding from now onwards. She didn't want to go through such a life. Yang Yi revealed a slight smile when he heard her agree, and then he waved his right hand. The fire dragon bow instantly appeared before Yi Luyun. Miss Yi, I obtained this bow by chance. It should be useful to you. A quasi-emperor rank bow. Everyone here was visibly moved at the sight of this. It's a quasi-emperor rank treasure. That fellow actually gave it away just like that? Isn't he too generous? Yi Luyun was slightly stunned as well. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually give her a quasi-emperor rank treasure right away. After all, it was an extremely precious treasure even in large powers. But Yang Yi had given one to her just like that. Yi Luyun shot a glance that carried complicated emotions at Yang Yi, and then she put the bow away and said, If you don't betray me, then I won't betray you. Yang Yi smiled. We have a common goal, and that's to live and live well. Don't we? Yi Luyun nodded and stood behind Yang Yi. When they saw Yi Luyun do that, the other members of the Soul Eater Mercs hurriedly stood over behind Yang Yi as well. Meanwhile, Elder Mo stepped forward. My Snow Lion Mercs are willing to join as well. Yang Yi gazed at Elder Mo. Welcome! Elder Mo cupped his fists to Yang Yi, and then he led his group over to stand behind Yang Yi. It didn't take long for more mercenary groups and independent cultivators to declare their willingness to join the Sword Alliance. In the end, 90% of them joined while the rest left. They didn't like being bound to something, or they had other intentions. So, Yang Yi didn't force them and just let them leave. Yang Yi glanced at them, and he noticed that 10 of them were quasi-emperors. 10 quasi-emperors were clearly too few. After all, the quasi-emperors here were much more numerous than the Radiant Dimension. Moreover, this world had emperors. Besides that, he was very well aware that they might not have wholeheartedly joined the Sword Alliance. At this moment, they actually had no other choice. Because they knew that the Dark Sky sect would definitely not let them go, but they had nowhere to seek protection from. So, they had no choice but to choose the Sword Alliance. Yang Yi was very well aware of that, but he didn't mind. Because while the Sword Alliance had the potential to grow, then he was confident that they would stay wholeheartedly in the future. He refused to believe that they would be willing to be mercenaries for their entire life. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun said, What's your plan now? Yang Yi gazed at her and replied, Do you have any suggestions? Yi Luyun pondered deeply for a moment and said, We need a base right now. There's a small city around 50,000 kilometers from here, Cloudfall City. Because it's close to the desert, the spirit energy there is very scarce and practically non-existent. That's exactly why it's like a dead city. We have a spirit vein, so we can slowly develop there. Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he glanced at the others. From this moment onward, Miss Yi is our Sword Alliance's. She's our Sword Alliance's counselor. Seeing her is like seeing me. If I'm not in the Sword Alliance, then she'll deal with everything in my place. The others were stunned when they heard Yang Yi, and it included Yi Luyun herself. She hadn't expected that Yang Yi would suddenly do that. After all, Yang Yi was giving authority away just like that, and it was huge authority. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man by Elder Mo's side spoke abruptly. That isn't fair. Suddenly Yang Yi gazed at him and said, You seem to have not adjusted yourself to your new identity. The middle-aged man was stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at the others and said, I'll discuss some things with everyone, but if I've decided something, then I hope that no one objects to it. Moreover, I hope that I don't have to make an example of someone to deter all of you. In the end, I'd like to remind all of you that you belong to the Sword Alliance now. Don't bring your habits of scheming and conspiring against each other into my Sword Alliance. Otherwise, I'll kill every single one of you who does that. All of them were visibly shocked, and then they fell silent. Yang Yi gazed at Yi Luyun. Set out for Cloudfall City. Yi Luyun said. I have one more question. Yang Yi replied. Go on. Yi Luyun spoke softly. Doomsday City and the Dark Sky Sect. Yang Yi waved his hand and said, We're in a hopeless situation right now. All we can do is seek to survive it. So, don't think too much about that. If they come, then we'll kill them, and we'll kill them until they dare not show themselves again. It's just that simple. Suddenly, numerous terrifying auras came from afar. They turned around and looked towards the source of it, and they saw a few dozen figures appear on the horizon. All of them were quasi-emperors. Yi Luyan spoke solemnly. "It's the experts of Doomsday City!" Many of the people here had instantly turned ghastly pale. "All of you leave first!" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and started walking towards the group of quasi-emperors. Nan Xuan hurriedly shouted at him. "Where are you going?" Yan Ye's voice resounded from afar. "To kill! My sword is starving!" Nan Xuan shouted again. "There are so many of them!" Yan Ye's voice resounded once more from afar. "Only then can I kill to my heart's content!" The others felt speechless when they heard him. Chapter 1178 Search Thousands of Worlds. Chapter 1178 Search Thousands of Worlds. "Let's go!" Yi Luyan didn't hesitate at all. She immediately gave the order and shot towards the distance. The others hesitated for a moment before quickly following her as well. Nan Xuan wanted to stay back, but she was dragged away by Mu Kanglin and the others. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stopped moving, and 35 gray-robed cultivators stood not too far away from him. All of them were quasi-emperors. Quasi-emperors are numerous like dogs here. Yang Yi tightened his grip on the ancient sheath as he gazed at the quasi-emperors here. Dark Hell Continent didn't have a heaven Dao, so it allowed many to attain the quasi-emperor realm. However, their quality couldn't compare to the Radiant Dimension. The quasi-emperors of the Radiant Dimension had survived their respective heavenly tribulations, and those who didn't possess sufficient strength had been obliterated by their heavenly tribulations. So, the strength of those who survived would definitely not be bad. As for the quasi-emperors of Dark Hell Continent, many of them weren't as strong as they should be, because they hadn't experienced any heavenly tribulations. Besides the huge improvement of his strength, that had been the other reason why he'd been able to kill quasi-emperors with such ease just now. The person who led the group before Yang Yi was a gray-robed old man. The two other quasi-emperors from Doomsday City who'd fled earlier were standing by the old man's side. The gray-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "You killed the members of my Doomsday City?" Yang Yi nodded. "I did." The old man's face instantly fell. "How dare you!" Yang Yi didn't speak. He just condensed an intense sword, sheathed it, and then drew it swiftly. Wham! A ray of sword energy flashed forward while accompanied by a sword howl that shot up into the sky. It was 150 overlapped heavenrans. Moreover, it was even enhanced by void rank sword intent and slaughter intent. The space in its path was instantly torn open. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man and the others' pupils constricted. Even though they were astounded, the gray-robed old man's reaction wasn't slow at all. The profound energy within him instantly surged into the black walking stick he held before he slammed it forward. Hiss! The walking stick was blasted apart in an instant. The gray-robed old man was horrified, and a strand of white light surged out from within him and collided with Yang Ye's sword energy. Bang! An explosion resounded as the old man's figure was blasted 3 kilometers away. Moreover, his chest was in an utterly mangled state. When they witnessed this scene, the other quasi-emperors turned around to gaze at Yang Yi and were about to attack. At the same time, Yang Yi sheathed the intense sword again and gazed at them while revealing a ferocious smile. "Bring it!" Seriousness flashed through their faces as they gazed at Yang Yi with slight fear. Even though Yang Yi was just a saint, they didn't dare underestimate him at all. Because the gray-robed old man was the strongest amongst them. But even the gray-robed old man had almost been killed in an instant, so they would be utterly incapable of resisting that attack. But they were quasi-emperors at any rate, and there were so many of them. So, it was naturally impossible for them to be terrified by Yang Yi just like that. Otherwise, they would truly be trash. They immediately charged at Yang Yi. Wham! A sword howl resounded as Yang Ye's figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. After that, the head of the quasi-emperor at the front of the group instantly flew up into the air. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. A moment later, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the space beneath him, and he transformed into another ray of light that vanished on the spot. Another quasi-emperor's head flew into the air. After that, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light once more. In less than 5 breaths of time, 5 quasi-emperors had fallen. A ray of light flashed, and Yang Yi appeared 3 kilometers away. He held the ancient sheath in his grasp, and there was an intense sword sheathed in it while his right hand was holding tightly onto the intense sword's hilt. He gazed at the experts from Doomsday City while a trace of madness could be seen on his face. Continue. The experts from Doomsday City gazed at him with solemn expressions on their faces while fear filled their eyes. Not a single one of them dared to step forward. That's a saint? That's an emperor. He kills quasi-emperors like slaughtering chicken. Suddenly, the gray-robed old man whom Yang Yi had heavily injured in the beginning asked, "Who are you?" Yang Yi glanced at the gray-robed old man while a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "Why don't you take a guess?" The gray-robed old man's face twitched. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "You're not attacking? Then I'm leaving." Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. "Stop right there." The gray-robed old man hurriedly shouted at Yang Yi when he saw Yang Yi turn around and try to leave. Suddenly Yang Yi turned around and drew his sword. A ray of sword energy shot at the old man. It was extremely swift to the point that the quasi-emperors here were practically incapable of catching sight of it. At the moment it appeared, the gray-robed old man was horrified, and his profound energy surged out and formed a barrier before him. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the barrier before the old man shattered into pieces. At the same time, blood sprayed from the old man's mouth while his figure was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Once he stopped moving, he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood in succession. Yang Yi gazed at the group of quasi-emperors, laughed coldly, and then left. This time, not at a single one of them dared to stop him. After Yang Yi left, one of the quasi-emperors walked over to the old man. "Elder Yu, that fellow's strength was extraordinary. His identity is definitely not ordinary." The old man's face was extremely gloomy. He remained silent for a long time before he turned around to gaze at one of the middle-aged men. "Was it really a ray of light from a sword that took the divine grade spirit vein in the ruins?" The middle-aged man nodded. "The tracks of the person who took it vanished after we pursued him for some time. But we saw that fellow from just now standing there instead. However, we ignored him because his cultivation was too low. Now it would seem like the divine grade spirit veins is definitely in his possession." "The divine grade spirit vein!" The gray-robed old man clenched his fists slowly. A long time passed before he said, "Come, let's return to the city first. We'll discuss this matter after the city governor and the others return from the ruins of the Sword God's palace." As soon as he finished speaking, all of them turned around and vanished into the horizon. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the sky, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his body started to crack apart. Could he defeat over 30 quasi-emperors? The answer was naturally no. He wasn't invincible. He'd relied on the ultimate version of death by a thought to kill 5 quasi-emperors in succession just now. But his body suffered a certain amount of harm with every execution of death by a thought's ultimate version. Even though it was strong, the price he paid wasn't small. Of course, the main reason was because he'd fought an emperor before the battle. He'd utilized the Brink laws in that battle. Even though he'd injured the emperor in the end, his body had suffered a certain amount of harm as well. It could be said that he was already injured after his battle with that emperor. So, overexhausting himself just now could be considered as piling even more injuries onto himself. So, he would actually have no choice but to flee if they decided to risk their lives against him. Fortunately, he had sufficient violet crystals now, so such injuries were nothing to him. An hour later, Yan Ye's injuries had been practically healed by the primordial violet energy within him. He glanced at the surroundings, frowned, and then closed his eyes. A long time passed before he opened his eyes again, and he spoke softly. "Was I mistaken?" His figure flashed and vanished into the horizon once he finished speaking. Right after Yang Yi left, A black-robed figure suddenly appeared where Yang Yi had been a moment ago. Interesting. Truly interesting. I wonder if he's the person I've been looking for. I've been to a few thousand worlds by now. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man vanished on the spot. Not long after the black-robed man vanished, Yang Yi appeared there once more. He gazed for a long time at the spot the black-robed man had stood at, and then he vanished on the spot. Cloudfall City. Yang Yi frowned when he arrived at Cloudfall City. Because Yi Luyun and the others were being surrounded at the entrance of the city. Yang Yi glanced through the area and noticed that the strengths of the group which had surrounded Yi Luyun and the others was actually not bad. There were almost 17 quasi-emperors and a few thousand saints amongst them. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to go to Yi Luyun's side. The members of the Sword Alliance instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi return safely. It could be said that Yang Yi was their pillar of confidence and support right now. Yang Yi gazed at Yi Luyun. What's going on? We were too late. The Cyclops mercs took Cloudfall City. Yi Luyun sent Yang Yi a voice transmission at this point. They have a bad reputation. Especially their leader Song Jiji. There are no limits to what he's capable of. He seduced his past leader's wife, Ma Rong, to kill his past leader and seize control over the mercenary group. He's ruthless and infamous. So, we didn't want to offend him and intended to leave. However, he refused to allow it and insisted on us paying him 5,000 violet crystals as toll. Besides that, he wants me, Kanglin, and Nan Shuang. Yang Yi turned around to glance at the middle-aged man who led the group. The middle-aged man was a quasi-emperor as well. His eyes were covered by translucent patches, and he carried a large saber on his shoulder. Besides that, he had a vicious and wretched appearance. It was clear at first sight that he wasn't a good person. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and said, "First come, first served. Since they were here first, then let's leave." Yi Luyun glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. Right when Yang Yi and the others were about to leave, Song Jiji suddenly spoke from afar. "You're going to leave just like that?" Yang Yi stopped and turned around to look at Song Jiji. "What? You want us to stay for food?" "Food?" A slight smile curled up on the corners of Song Jiji's mouth. "There's no food here, but we do have shit. Do you want some?" Yang Yi gazed at Song Jiji. He was about to speak when Song Jiji suddenly chuckled. "Could it be that you really want to eat shit? It can't be, right? You actually have such interests." As he spoke, the other members of the Cyclops mercs instantly started roaring with laughter. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Yi Luyun. "Order the others to prepare some shit." "Right, get 5 kilograms of it. I'm going to make him eat it mouthful by mouthful. Not one mouthful less." Yi Luyun was speechless. Chapter 1179 Eat. All 5 kilograms are yours. Chapter 1179 Eat. All 5 kilograms are yours. When she saw the serious expression on Yang Ye's face, Yi Luyun hesitated for a moment before she turned around to gaze at one of the people who stood far away from her. That person nodded slightly and left. Song Jiji was first stunned when he heard Yang Yi, and then he dug his ear and asked, "What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Repeat it again, all right?" Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Song Jiji when he appeared once more. Song Jiji's pupils constricted as he hadn't expected Yang Yi to attack without saying anything and even do so with such speed. Because even he was only able to see a blurry shadow flash before him. Song Jiji was caught off guard and unable to dodge, so he had no choice but to wave his saber swiftly. However, Yang Yi didn't try to dodge it at all. He just allowed the saber to strike his head, while his fist slammed against Song Jiji's chest. Clang! Bang! Yang Ye's figure didn't move at all, but Song Jiji's figure curved forward as his figure was blasted flying. But Yang Yi suddenly appeared before him just a moment later. Song Jiji was horrified and swung his saber once more, but Yang Yi still didn't dodge and just slammed his fist forward again. Clang! Pooh! Yan Ye's figure still didn't move from the impact, but Song Jiji spat out a mouthful of blood while his figure was blasted flying again. Yan Yi suddenly appeared in front of Song Jiji when his figure had just started flying backwards, and then Yan Yi grabbed Song Jiji by the throat before slamming him against the ground. Bang! The ground cracked apart, while Song Jiji's head sunk into the ground. Since Yan Yi attacked until the battle ended, less than 3 breaths of time had passed. So, many in the surroundings were still stunned. The other members of the Cyclops mercs had finally recovered from their shock at this moment, and they were about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at them and said, "Take another step forward and I'll break his head open." Their expressions changed, and they didn't dare to move another inch forward. Yang Yi raised Song Jiji out from the ground and stomped his foot against Song Jiji's dantian. After that, he turned around and gazed at Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun nodded slightly, and then one of them men waved his right hand. A huge basin appeared beside Song Jiji's head. As for its contents, just the smell coming from it made Song Jiji start to vomit. Yan Yi nodded slightly and said, "Eat. Eat all of it. I'll pull off your head if you miss a single drop." Song Jiji's expression changed. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "Brother, I, Song Jiji, admit defeat. Please show me some mercy." Meanwhile, Yi Luyun walked over to Yang Ye's side and said, "He's called the Cyclops, but we like to call him the ungrateful bastard. Actually, he wasn't the leader of his mercenary group. At that time, it wasn't even called the Cyclops Mercs, it was called the Breeze Mercs instead. He was a brother that the leader of the Breeze Mercs had acknowledged. But in the end, he joined forces with Ma Rong to kill the past leader of the Breeze Mercs. In the end, for the sake of taking full control of the mercenary groups, he and over 100 more took turns with Ma Rong. He is absolutely heartless and without any limits. He can't be allowed to live." Yan Yi immediately discarded some thoughts when he heard her, and then he looked down at Song Jiji. "Eat. All 5 kilograms are yours." Song Jiji's face was gloomy. "Brother, must you really go to such extents?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I like to act according to the person. As for you, I think that I should go to such extents. Because if we didn't possess enough strength, then the outcome that awaited us would definitely be 10 times worse than what you're facing right now. I don't like to torture, but I like to give tooth for tooth. Now begin." As he spoke, Yang Ye's foot pressed down slightly, and then it was immediately visible that Song Jiji was in pain. Meanwhile, Song Jiji howled furiously, "Kill him!" Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy flashed, and then the head of a quasi-emperor who was about to attack had instantly flown into the air while a fountain of blood surged behind it. Yang Yi glanced at the other members of the Cyclops Mercs and said, "Stand still. Move and die." Their expressions changed while shock and fear filled their eyes. After all, the strength to kill a quasi-emperor in an instant was too heaven-defying. Yang Yi ignored them and looked down at Song Jiji. "Feed him." Yi Luyun waved her right hand upon hearing Yang Yi. In an instant, a man walked forward and raised the basin towards Song Jiji's mouth. "Stop!" Song Jiji howled. "Fucking stop! Stop!" No one stopped, of course. They watched as the Cyclops Song Jiji was fed. Around 15 minutes passed before the basin was empty. Burp. Meanwhile, Song Jiji burped, and then some of what he just swallowed instantly came out from his mouth. Song Jiji didn't speak. He just gazed at Yang Yi, yet his eyes had no resentment in them. There was only extreme calm in his eyes, and it seemed like he wasn't the one who just consumed 5 kilograms of shit. Yang Yi gazed at Song Jiji and chuckled. "Are you thinking about how you'll take revenge on me in the future?" Song Jiji's expression changed in an instant, and then he revealed a pleading gaze as he said, "Big brother, I was wrong. I was ignorant to have offended you, and I've been punished now. So, I hope that Big brother will show mercy. I'm willing to lead my Cyclops mercs to join you, Big brother, and serve you faithfully. Your acting isn't bad." Yang Yi continued, "Unfortunately, that won't work on me. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Song Jiji knew that his fate couldn't be changed. So, his expression instantly turned savage as he spoke with resentment. Hiss. He hadn't even been able to speak more than a word before a ray of light flashed by, and then his head left his body. Yang Yi put his sword away and turned to look at the other members of the Cyclops mercs. Surrender and live, resist and die. Yi Luyun waved her right hand, and the members of the Sword Alliance immediately surrounded the Cyclops mercs. As expected, all of them surrendered before Yang Yi. Because one of them was unwilling and had chosen to flee, and then he was slaughtered in an instant. None of them wanted to die. Once all of them surrendered, Yang Yi said, "Enter the city." Cloud Falls City wasn't very big, and it was only large enough to accommodate a few 100,000. However, it was temporarily sufficient for Yang Yi's group. There was practically no one within the city, and even if they spotted a few figures, those people were cultivators who were about to perish due to a lack of spirit energy. Once they entered the city, everything was carried out in an orderly manner under Yi Luyun's command, and all the required work was divided amongst them. This made them feel even more convinced of Yi Luyun's ability to lead them. Yang Yi was very satisfied as well. In a simple hall, Yang Yi sat on a chair while Yi Luyun stood in front of him. Yi Luyun said, "May I know why you've summoned me here, Sword Master?" Her voice carried a trace of respect. She was a smart person and usually knew how to act and what to do. Yang Yi pointed at the chair in front of him. "Sit." Yi Luyun hesitated for a moment and sat there. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time and said, "Miss Yi, you're a smart person. To be honest, you're the only person amongst all of them who is capable of making me value you. Now, let's have an honest talk." Yi Luyun pondered deeply for a short while before she said, "All right." Yang Yi nodded. "Miss Yi, what plans do you have for the future? I want to know your true thoughts." Yi Luyun remained silent for a short while and said, "I don't have any special plans. I just want to lead my companions before and survive together." Yang Yi stood up and said, "This world is a cage that has imprisoned everyone in here. Even if you attain the Emperor realm, it's impossible to break out of this world. Miss Yi, you should be aware that the spirit energy in this world is actually on the verge of drying up, right? Once that happens, all of us will die without exception. I'm sure you won't refute that, right?" Yi Luyun gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Sword Master, what are you trying to say?" Yang Yi smiled. "Do you want to leave this world?" She suddenly stood up and gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. "Can I ask you a few questions?" Yang Yi nodded. "Go on." Yi Luyun asked, "Do you have someone's backing?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm all alone in this world. I have no backing." She fell silent for a short while before she asked, "Where are you from?" Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while before he replied, "From outside this world." Her pupils constricted, and she gazed at Yang Yi for a very long time before she took a deep breath. "One last question. Did you establish the Sword Alliance because you want to grow into the 6th diamond rank power of this continent?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Would it make a difference even if we become the number 1 power in this world? My objective is to lead everyone out of this world. Miss Yi, you should want to see the outside world as well, right?" Yi Luyun clenched her fists. "No one has been able to leave for tens of thousands of years. That's because I hadn't arrived then." Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. "Now I'm here." A long time passed before Yi Luyun slowly took a knee before him and said, "I, Yi Luyun, swear my allegiance to you." Yang Yi helped her up and said, "My character isn't suitable to manage the Sword Alliance, but you're extremely suitable. Many people in the Sword Alliance are content with how things are now, and I hope that you can change that. Besides that, I hope that everyone will be able to get stronger as soon as possible. Saints and quasi-emperors are too weak. Not only are they unable to survive in this world, it's absolutely impossible for them to survive outside this world." Yang Yi flicked a spatial ring over to her and continued, "I kept 1,000 out of the 5,000 violet crystals I extorted from the Dark Sky sect, and you can manage the rest." Yi Luyun didn't refuse and took the spatial ring. After all, the city needed violet crystals for many things right now, and 4,000 were actually not really enough. Yang Yi added, "Presently, I need 2 things from you. Firstly, everyone must try their best to get stronger. I'll release the spirit vein in the city later. You can distribute some violet crystals to our members who are about to break through or possess good natural endowment. Let them advance first. As for how to manage all of that, you can do as you see fit. Secondly, help me gather information about something. It's called the stellar sword diagram." "The stellar sword diagram?" Yi Luyan spoke with surprise. "Sword Master, you're looking for the stellar sword diagram?" Chapter 1180 Die. Chapter 1180 Die. "You've heard of it?" Yang Yi gazed at her with slight surprise. Yi Luyan nodded. "No one on Dark Hell Continent hasn't heard of it." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She pondered deeply for a moment before she spoke. "According to legend, an old man in a Taoist's robe intended to destroy this world all those years ago, and the countless experts throughout the continent charged off in succession to stop the old man. But all of them perished. In the end, the past #1 expert of the continent, the sword god, Jian Wuji, rushed back here from outside our region. He activated the stellar sword diagram and drew upon endless energy from the stars to form sword energy. On that day, the sky above and outside Dark Hell Continent was covered in sword energy, and that battle shook the world." Yi Luyan shook her head slightly while a trace of dejection could be heard in her voice. "In the end, the old man vanished while Jian Wuji crashed down from the sky. An area of 50,000 kilometers around where he fell is covered in terrifying sword intent, and it's called Godfall. It's the #1 forbidden area of Dark Hell Continent as well. Because the sword intent on Godfall Mountain is so strong that even emperors are unable to ascend to its peak." Yang Yi frowned slightly because the version Yi Luyan told him wasn't very similar to Lady's version. Of course, he sided with Lady's version. After all, the old man didn't seem like a villainous person at all. If the residents of Dark Hell Continent hadn't done something, then the old man would have definitely not done something like that. However, Yang Yi wasn't interested in the past, so he immediately asked, "The stellar sword diagram is at Godfall?" "It's only likely to be there," she continued. "It's the most likely place because Jian Wuji fell there all those years ago. Countless experts have headed over there in the last tens of thousands of years with the intention of obtaining the stellar sword diagram. Because once one obtained that divine treasure, one would be able to break through the mysterious force that envelopes Dark Hell Continent and leave the continent. However, no one has succeeded throughout the years." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "No matter what, I still have to go there." Yi Luyan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Sword Master, you came to this world for the stellar sword diagram?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head slightly. "I had no choice. I would have had to come here even if the stellar sword diagram wasn't here." She was puzzled. "Why?" "The Heaven Tao refuses to tolerate my existence." Yang Yi chuckled, and then he spoke seriously. "Miss Yi, my ambition is huge, but it isn't in this world. However, my leadership abilities aren't sufficient, so I need your help. It wouldn't be a problem for you to manage the Sword Alliance with the ability you possess. But it's far from sufficient. The Sword Alliance's current strength is too weak." Yi Luyan spoke solemnly. "I'll do my best." Yang Yi nodded, and then he patted his chest. The small white dragon instantly emerged from there. Yang Yi passed the small white dragon to Yi Luyan and said, "It possesses intelligence of its own, but it once lost its freedom and was restrained for tens of thousands of years. So, don't restrict its freedom, and it's fine so long as it's within the city." As he spoke, Yang Yi walked over to the small white dragon and patted it lightly on the head. "You must stay in the city and can't leave. Otherwise, you'll be captured. Understand?" The white dragon quickly nodded. Just the fact that its freedom wasn't restricted made it extremely happy. Yi Luyan asked, "Will it try to escape?" The white dragon immediately turned around and glared at Yi Luyan when it heard her, and then it gazed at Yang Yi. It revealed an obedient expression as if it was saying that it would definitely not flee. Yan Yi chuckled. I'll let her look for you if you flee. At that time, she'll eat you. The white dragon clearly understood that Yan Yi was speaking about Snowy. So, it immediately revealed a terrified expression and hurriedly shook its head to display that it wouldn't flee. Yan Yi roared with laughter, and then he patted the white dragon on the head. Miss Yi, you can take it now. Yi Luyun bowed slightly to Yan Yi, and then she left the hall with the small white dragon in her arms. Right after Yi Luyun left, Mu Kenglin, Nan Shuang, and Gu Lan walked in. Yan Yi gazed at them as Mu Kenglin walked over to him, and then she raised a ring in his direction. Yan Yi glanced at her but didn't take it. Gu Lan and Nan Shuang's expressions changed when they witnessed this scene, and Nan Shuang hurriedly said, Don't be angry, all right? It was wrong for Big Sister Kenglin to have taken your possessions. Yan Yi chuckled, took the ring, and interrupted Nan Shuang. Am I such a petty person? He glanced at Mu Kenglin and said, Forget what happened in the past. We're on the same side now, so there should be no grudges between us. Mu Kenglin glanced at Yan Yi, nodded lightly, and moved aside. Nan Shuang and Gu Lan instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Because they thought that Yan Yi would hold a grudge, and they were truly afraid that he would kill her. Yan Yi flicked 100 violet crystals over to each of them. All three of you seem like your cultivations have arrived at a bottleneck, and the only reason you haven't advanced is your lack of violet crystals. He gazed at Mu Kenglin at this point. Your strength isn't bad. Even though you're not at the Quasi-Emperor realm, you possess the strength of a Quasi-Emperor. If you can advance into the Quasi-Emperor realm, then your strength will definitely far surpass ordinary Quasi-Emperors. It's not easy for Miss Yi to manage the Sword Alliance, so I hope that you'll assist her well. Mu Kenglin glanced at Yan Yi, took the violet crystals, and then bowed slightly. Then I'll be taking them as well. Gu Lan chuckled. She took the violet crystals, hesitated for a moment, and then said, You won't be angry at me, right? After all, I wanted to kill you in the past, and I frequently badmouthed you to Nan Shuang. Yan Yi smiled. Do you want me to be angry at you? Gu Lan hurriedly said. I don't. Everyone chuckled when they heard her. It didn't take long for Gu Lan and Mu Kenglin to leave the hall, and only Yan Yi and Nan Shuang remained. Nan Shuang spoke softly. So you really were so strong? Yan Yi smiled. You even said that I was bragging. Nan Shuang's face turned red, and she spoke softly. It's your fault for being in such a terrible state at that time. Moreover, you frequently acted like you were weak. I wasn't putting on an act, I was really weak at that time. Yan Yi gazed at her while a trace of gentleness could be seen in his eyes. If it wasn't for you, I might have been killed by your big sister Kenglin. If you hadn't given me your violet crystals to repair my body later on, then I would probably still be looking all over the world for violet crystals to restore my body. To be honest, I'm really thankful. Nan Shuang glanced at Yan Yi and said softly, Why have you become so courteous? Even I feel that it's quite weird. Yan Yi chuckled. Alright, I won't do that again. If you need help or something else, go look for Miss Yi or come straight to me. Nan Shuang glanced at him and nodded. Nan Shuang left after they chatted for a while, and then Yan Yi turned around and entered into the inner chamber of the hall. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and then he placed 100 violet crystals before him and started to absorb the energy within them like a man. The violet crystals transformed into spirit energy that entered his body and were completely absorbed by the tiny vortex. After that, threads of violet energy were sent back into Yan Yi's body. Yan Yi didn't use the energy to charge into the mid-rank of the Saint Realm, and he used it to temper his body instead. If he were to try and charge into the mid-rank of the Saint Realm right now, it would actually be very easy for him to succeed. After all, since the Heaven Tao wasn't here to restrict his progress, even charging into the Quasi-Emperor realm wouldn't be a problem if he had sufficient violet crystals. However, he didn't do that. He hadn't forgotten what Lady had told him. His cultivation had risen too quickly, so there were latent problems within him. While his unexpected advancement into the saint realm didn't affect his foundation much, it was still affected a little. So, if he were to charge forward into higher realms of cultivation, then while it would improve his strength, the long-term consequences made his losses outweigh his gains. So, he decided to consolidate his cultivation for now. He'd decided to charge into the quasi-emperor realm once he'd completely consolidated his foundation. The tiny vortex was revolving slowly within him, while primordial violet energy seeped out bit by bit from within it, and then the violet energy flowed throughout his body. Primordial violet energy could be used to repair the body, and it could be used to temper the body as well. However, once his body attained the divine shift realm, its effects had weakened greatly. So, he rarely utilized primordial violet energy to temper his body before this. But while its effects were much weaker, it still was effective. Moreover, primordial violet energy wasn't just capable of tempering his body, it could change his body as well. The main reason his meridians and bones were so strong was because they'd been modified by primordial violet energy. It could be said that his meridians and bones were unlike those possessed by ordinary people. In the end, the instability of his foundation created by the rapid increase in his cultivation was caused by the fact that his meridians and bones couldn't keep up with the advancement of his cultivation. It was like building a house. The foundation of it wasn't even solid, but the lower floor was already being built. It wouldn't make a difference in the beginning, but it would give rise to endless problems as the house was being completed. So, he had to strengthen his meridians and bones. Time passed by slowly, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. Besides consolidating his foundation, Yan Yi had practiced his own sword techniques and utilization of the brink laws during the last few days. Especially the brink laws, because it could be considered as his strongest trump card besides the ultimate version of death by a thought. After all, the ultimate version of death by a thought, his strength at its brink, and his sword intent at its brink could pose a threat to emperors. Especially his sword intent at its brink. He'd never utilized it since he'd comprehended it. Just pure sword intent at the brink was on par with his strength at the brink, so if he merged both his intents and brought them to the brink, then their might would be. Of course, he hadn't tried it yet because bringing two forms of intent to the brink was still quite dangerous for him. But it wasn't that bad because he could bring the danger he faced down to its minimum if he practiced while enveloped by the sword domain. Yan Yi really felt that this specific ability of the sword domain was extremely terrifying. If he had to make a choice between the sword domain and his two intents, he would definitely choose the sword domain. 5 days later, a strand of terrifying pressure appeared in the sky above Cloudfall City. An emperor had arrived. "Those who offend my doomsday city shall die!" A voice resounded through the sky above the city. Yan Yi slowly opened his eyes as he sat cross-legged in the inner chamber within the hall, and he said, "You're finally here! Since you've come, then leave your life behind!" As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi stood up slowly and started walking towards the exit. Chapter 1181 This is it. Chapter 1181 This is it in the city. When the aura of an emperor appeared in Cloudfall City, countless people looked up into the sky while shock and terror filled their eyes. Emperors were the strongest force on Dark Hell Continent. They were at the top of the pyramid. Even if many had watched Yang Yi force an emperor to flee, they still instinctively felt respect and reverence to emperors. As soon as the emperor's voice resounded, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe appeared in the sky above Cloudfall City. Right after that, a ray of light flashed before Yang Yi appeared in front of the middle-aged man. Yi Luyun and the others heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi. It could be said that Yang Yi was their pillar of support, even if he was only a saint. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he said, "You're... cut the crap. Either you or I will die." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down against the space beneath him, and the sky shook. At the same time, his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the middle-aged man when his figure appeared again. Meanwhile, two types of void rank intent instantly enveloped the middle-aged man, causing the latter to feel slightly suffocated. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to attack immediately, and it had caught him off guard and caused him to lose the initiative in the battle. However, his reaction wasn't slow. A black spear appeared in his grasp, and then a speck of cold light flashed. The spear was like a dragon that made the entire sky tremble in its wake. Clang! Yang Yi's sword and the middle-aged man's spear collided. An ear-piercing explosion resounded through the sky and shook the hearts of everyone on the ground below. A moment of silence appeared in the sky, and then Yang Yi and the middle-aged man instantly moved 3 kilometers back. The middle-aged man had a trace of seriousness in his eyes, and he looked up at Yang Yi. I underestimated. He hadn't even finished speaking when a sword howl resounded, and then Yang Yi was in front of him. At the same time, the tip of a sword shot towards the center of his forehead. The sword hadn't even come close when a powerful wave of sword energy and pressure caused the space around him to warp slightly. A cold glow flashed through the middle-aged man when he saw Yang Yi act so overbearingly. He twisted his right hand slightly, and his spear stabbed forward swiftly, causing countless spear images to instantly fill the sky and envelope down towards Yang Yi. Bang! The middle-aged man moved over 500 m back while the spear images vanished. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's figure appeared before everyone, and there was a bloody mark on his face. The hearts of the Sword Alliance's members felt heavy when they witnessed this scene. After all, the consequences they would face if Yang Yi lost was very obvious. Yi Luyun clenched her fists. If Yang Yi won this battle, then his name would definitely shock the entire continent. At the same time, the Sword Alliance would be renowned throughout the continent as well. At that time, no one would dare to bully the Sword Alliance. Even those diamond rank powers wouldn't. Why? Because the Sword Alliance had someone who could kill emperors. Would anyone dare to underestimate someone who could kill an emperor? After all, even diamond rank powers wouldn't have many emperors. So, unless they were mortal enemies, no one would rashly offend someone who could kill emperors. It could be said that the Sword Alliance would rise to prominence if Yang Yi won. At that time, the Sword Alliance, which had a spirit vein, would definitely attract countless mercenaries and independent cultivators to join it. Moreover, Yi Luyun could be considered to have finished planning all the follow-up action she would take if Yang Yi won. But if Yang Yi lost, then all of them would die. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stretched out his hand and touched the injury on his face. He knew that he'd underestimated his opponent slightly. The middle-aged man was slightly stronger than the previous emperor from the Dark Sky sect. He knew that he had to be serious. Your strength isn't bad. No wonder you dared to kill members of my Doomsday City. Unfortunately, you overestimated your strength and provoked my Doomsday City. Today, I'm going to make a genius like you perish. The middle-aged man was still speaking when a ray of blood-red light suddenly surged out from within Yang Yi, and then a ray of blood-red sword energy shot at the middle-aged man. The sword energy still hadn't arrived before him, but just the pungent smell of blood and baleful energy caused the middle-aged man's expression to change drastically. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he swiftly swung the spear in his grasp. The spear seemed like it carried the strength to split the sky, and the space throughout the sky instantly started to warp along with the spear. Clang! The sword and spear collided, and then the space in the sky shook before both Yang Yi and the middle-aged man were blasted back. However, Yang Yi's figure suddenly shot forward once more and instantly arrived in front of the middle-aged man. After that, a wave of blood-red light instantly enveloped the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had been infuriated from the battle as well, and a vicious expression flashed through his eyes. His profound energy circulated as he stabbed his spear forward, and then countless rays of light surged out and slammed against Yang Yi's attack. Bang! 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 Their attacks were still colliding, and they caused numerous ripples to surge out in their wake. It was an extremely shocking sight. Even though Yang Yi's physical body at the Divine Shift realm was powerful, it was only troublesome to an expert at the Emperor realm. After all, the divine shift realm was only equivalent to an emperor's body. So, numerous injuries appeared throughout Yang Ye's body as he engaged the middle-aged man in intense combat. However, the middle-aged man wasn't in a much better state. Countless injuries had appeared on his body while facing Yang Ye's fearless attacks. But Yang Ye was still in a disadvantaged position. After all, emperors had lived for over 10,000 years, and their mentality and combat instinct were absolutely not things that Yang Ye could compare to. If he hadn't relied on his body at the divine shift realm, he probably would have fallen by now. Because he had formidable physical defenses, Yang Ye didn't have to defend himself at all. So, his method of fighting was very simply. If his enemy stabbed him, then he wouldn't defend himself and stab his enemy as well. He was exchanging injury for injury. He was putting his life on the line. It was exactly such a method of fighting that made the middle-aged man feel so aggrieved in battle. Because he had to worry about a lot of things. For example, Yang Ye would stab his chest when he stabbed Yang Ye's chest. He naturally wouldn't dare to do that because Yang Ye's physical defenses far surpassed his own. Moreover, Yang Ye's sword was extremely sharp, and it was entirely capable of piercing through his profound energy barrier and defenses. On the other hand, even though his spear could break through Yang Ye's defenses as well, but in the end, he didn't want to exchange his life for Yang Ye's life. After all, he was an emperor, and Yang Ye was just a saint. Exchanging the life of an emperor for a saint? He was no fool. However, Yang Ye grew more and more insane as the battle continued, and he got more and more immersed in it as well. Besides that, every single attack from Yang Ye was one that displayed Yang Ye's readiness to take the middle-aged man down with him. This caused the middle-aged man to grow even more aggrieved and irritated. Because the middle-aged man was worried about so much, Yang Ye actually gradually gained the upper hand. It didn't take long for it to transform into a situation where Yang Ye started to suppress the middle-aged man. The others in the city immediately heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. At the same time, they felt even more reverence towards Yang Ye. No, it should be called veneration. After all, he was suppressing an emperor in battle while at the Saint Realm. Moreover, he was their leader. If they had a strong leader, then they could naturally live with their heads held a little higher. Just like how the members of those diamond-rank powers acted when facing independent cultivators and mercenaries like them. They always had a sense of superiority. Why? Because their backing was formidable. Besides one's own strength, one's backing was very important. Bang! Meanwhile, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then the sky shook violently before Yang Ye and the middle-aged man split apart. At that moment, the middle-aged man's entire body was covered in around 100 gashes. As for Yang Ye, he wasn't in a much better state. His entire body was practically covered in injuries, but they were just trivial to him. Most importantly, he had primordial violet energy to repair his body, so even some slightly severe injuries would be repaired really quickly. That was his advantage. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Ye with a gloomy expression on his face, and there was a wisp of ferocity in his eyes. Good! Very good! The middle-aged man intended to say something, but Yang Ye's figure had transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot and shot towards them. In Yang Ye's opinion, he was utterly disinterested in wasting his breath on the middle-aged man. Since the middle-aged man wanted to kill him, then they were naturally mortal enemies. Since they were mortal enemies, it meant that one of them had to die. So, did speaking make a difference in such a situation? Yang Ye had always looked down upon people who kept wasting their breath in a life-and-death battle. Since they were enemies, then fight. A swing of the sword was much better than a bunch of nonsense. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth when he saw Yang Ye attack. Yang Ye arrived in front of him, while Yang Ye's sword stabbed at his chest. However, the middle-aged man hadn't dodged as he had before this, and he just stabbed his spear forward. Even space was pierced open in its wake. He was going to take Yang Ye down with him. At this moment, Yang Ye's expression changed slightly. But he didn't dodge because it was too late to dodge at a time like this. He suddenly exerted force, and the blood-red sword stabbed against the middle-aged man's chest. However, a blue shield appeared before his chest and stopped Yang Ye's sword. As an emperor, how can I not have even one defensive treasure? Did you really think I was afraid of your fearless method of fighting? You're too young. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's spear stabbed against Yang Ye's chest. As expected, it pierced through Yang Ye's chest, and a strand of blood sprayed out from Yang Ye's back. The countless cultivators in the city instantly turned pale when they witnessed this scene, and they were frightened out of their wits. However, Yang Yi suddenly pressed forward at this moment, causing the spear to continue through his body. Once he arrived in front of the middle-aged man, he grabbed the middle-aged man's shoulder with his left hand, and then a ferocious smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Let me show you what risking your life is like. This is it. Crack. Yang Yi instantly pulled off the middle-aged man's arm. Chapter 1182 I am threatening you. Chapter 1182 I am threatening you. Blood surged out like a fountain from the middle-aged man's shoulder. The middle-aged man was shocked. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swiftly stomped his foot against the space below it and slammed his body against the middle-aged man. Bang! The middle-aged man's figure was blasted away. At the same time, Yang Yi stomped the space beneath him once more, and he transformed into a ray of light that slammed against the middle-aged man. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from between the middle-aged man's lips, and his figure was blasted flying again. The middle-aged man spat out multiple mouthfuls of blood in midair. This time, there was horror in his eyes. Because he really was quite fearful of Yang Ye's complete disregard for his own life in battle. After all, his spear was still stuck in Yang Ye's chest right now. Yang Ye's countenance was blood-red with a hint of paleness. Obviously, it was a sigh of suffering a heavy injury. However, Yang Yi was still attacking fiercely, and he was still willing to suffer injuries to injure his opponent. This time, the middle-aged man was truly quite afraid. The middle-aged man had aroused the intent to retreat, but Yang Yi had appeared before him once more, and the blood-red sword in Yang Ye's grasp rained down upon him. The loss of an arm caused him to be truly suppressed in battle, and he was practically only capable of passively warding off Yang Ye's assault. He was an emperor, so he was naturally able to regrow his limbs. However, it took time. Yet now Yang Yi didn't give him even a bit of time. So, not to mention restoring his arm, he didn't even have the time to breathe. The others on the ground below watched as the middle-aged man was pushed back repeatedly while blood sprayed out successively. Even then, the middle-aged man was still tenaciously resisting Yang Yi. However, all of them could discern that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Bang! Meanwhile, a terrifying aura surged out from within the middle-aged man. It surged forward like a torrent and blasted Yang Yi around 100 m back. But when the spectators thought that he was going to turn the situation around, his figure suddenly turned around and vanished into the sky. After that, his voice resounded from afar. Good! Very good! I'll remember this. He'd fled. All the spectators were stunned. Another emperor had been forced to flee. However, it was a good thing, no matter what. At the very least, the danger they faced had been resolved. I think it's best if you forget it. Yang Yi suddenly spoke softly in the sky, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that entered into the space before him. The void flash sword technique. The middle-aged man shot a glance behind him once he was extremely far away, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw no sign of Yang Yi. He had quite a gloomy expression on his face, and it was even slightly savage. He never imagined that he would be completely suppressed by a saint and even almost die. It was a humiliation to him. An absolute humiliation. Actually, the main reason he'd suffered such a miserable defeat was because he'd underestimated Yang Yi a little. If he'd treated Yang Yi as an equal since the beginning of the fight, then he would have absolutely not suffered such a miserable fate. But he hadn't. However, that was quite normal because how could an emperor possibly take a saint seriously? Not to mention a saint, even quasi-emperors were ants in their eyes. However, He'd encountered a freak today. The middle-aged man took a deep breath as he slowly clenched his left hand and killing intent flashed through his eyes. He naturally didn't intend to just let the matter rest. How would he hold his head up high amongst the other emperors in the future if he didn't kill Yang Yi? The middle-aged man turned around and shot a glance in the direction of Cloudfall City, and a vicious expression flashed through his eyes. "Just you wait!" As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. But his pupils suddenly constricted while his hairs stood on end. He swiftly turned around and slapped his right palm forward. At the instant his palm slapped forward, a ray of blood-red light had appeared before him. Hiss! The blood-red light instantly pierced into his arm and left through his shoulder, causing his entire left arm to be sliced into two. Meanwhile, Yan Yi had appeared in front of him. "No!" The middle-aged man's eyes opened wide and were filled with rage. "Stop!" Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from afar. The owner of the voice hadn't arrived yet, but that shout of fury caused the space around Yan Yi to ripple violently. It was another emperor. However, Yan Yi didn't even frown nor did his sword stop at all. It instantly stabbed through the center of the middle-aged man's forehead. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed out from the back of the middle-aged man's head while his pupils constricted. A moment later, the color in his eyes gradually faded. At the same time, a wave of terrifying spirit energy surged out like a torrent from within the middle-aged man. A huge area in the surroundings was instantly filled with spirit energy, and it simply seemed like Yan Yi was in an ocean of spirit energy. Meanwhile, Snowy immediately emerged from Yan Yi's chest, opened her mouth, and sucked. The spirit energy instantly transformed into a torrent that surged into her mouth. As more and more spirit energy was absorbed, Snowy's body grew even whiter. It didn't take long for all the spirit energy here to be absorbed, and then Snowy burped before returning to the pocket of space. Meanwhile, Yan Yi used his right hand to grab the spear that was still stuck in his chest, and he pulled it out slowly. Blood immediately started to spray from his chest as he pulled it out, and all that blood flowed into the blood-red sword in his grasp. After Yan Yi finished pulling out the spear, he was about to just toss it away, but he decided to keep it when he noticed it was at the quasi-emperor rank. After that, he gazed at the middle-aged man's corpse, waved his right hand, and took the two spatial rings that the middle-aged man wore. He was about to look through them when his expression changed slightly, and he immediately placed the middle-aged man's corpse and the spatial rings into the ancient sheath. Once he was done with that, he turned around and looked towards the distance. The space there trembled before it gradually cracked open for a yellow-robed middle-aged man to walk out from within. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's appearance was slightly similar to the middle-aged man that Yan Yi had just killed. "I asked you to stop! Didn't you hear me?" The middle-aged man gazed at Yan Yi, and while his tone was calm, it carried ghastly coldness. "Stop?" A smile arose on the corners of Yan Yi's mouth. "Do I look like a fool? You want me to keep him alive so that he can join forces with you and kill me? How idiotic would I be if I really did that? Would Doomsday City bury the hatchet with him if he spared the middle-aged man? No. They would join forces to kill him." The yellow-robed middle-aged man gazed at Yan Yi for a long time before he said, "You're truly surprised me. Underestimating you is the most foolish decision my Doomsday City made. But we won't anymore." Yan Yi chuckled. "How do you know that you aren't underestimating me now? Is that so?" The middle-aged man slowly clenched his right fist and said, "I'd like to see if I underestimated you." Yan Yi shook his head and said, "I refuse to fight you now. If you attack, then I will flee. Trust me, you're absolutely unable to catch up to me." The middle-aged man said, "That's fine, the people at Cloudfall City are still there for me to kill." Yan Yi nodded. "Go ahead. It's fine even if you slaughter all of them. Because I really wouldn't be able to protect them if Doomsday City dispatches all its forces against us." When he spoke up to this point, Yan Yi suddenly gazed at the middle-aged man and spoke seriously. "However, I'll avenge them. I'll use the remainder of my lifetime to hunt and kill members of your Doomsday City until Doomsday City is annihilated. Right, you too. Perhaps I can't kill you now, but what about when I attain the quasi-emperor realm? Or the emperor realm? The middle-aged man looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, Are you threatening me? A fierce smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. Then how about we do this? You go slaughter Cloudfall City, and I'll go slaughter Doomsday City. I don't care. See, my slaughter intent is at the void rank. Do you know how many I killed to attain that? It's definitely more than all the residents of your Doomsday City. So I really don't mind if you want to play that game. It'll just result in the deaths of a few, and I really don't care. I can kill you first. The middle-aged man tapped his finger forward, and the entire expanse of space here trembled. After that, a speck of cold light flashed. In an instant, countless ghastly and sharp blades flashed out from the surrounding space and shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while viciousness flashed through his eyes. He swiftly swung the blood-red sword in his grasp, and a ray of blood-red light shot forward and collided with the sharp blades. Bang! Numerous explosions resounded incessantly through the sky while the space there rippled violently without end. The middle-aged man grunted coldly and was about to attack once more. However, Yang Yi suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. The middle-aged man's expression instantly changed at the sight of it. Because Yang Yi was heading in Doomsday City's direction. Don't you dare! The middle-aged man roared with fury as his figure vanished into the sky as well. However, his face grew more and more unsightly as he pursued Yang Yi. Because he noticed that Yang Ye's speed wasn't slower than his own at all. Especially Yang Ye's sword technique, which traveled through space, it was even much faster than him. He realized that what Yang Yi had said earlier was no lie. He really couldn't catch up to Yang Yi if Yang Yi fled. Around 15 minutes later, a huge city appeared within Yang Ye's vision. Yang Yi didn't look at the city, and he stopped instead before turning around to look at the yellow-robed middle-aged man who'd just arrived not too far away from him. He pointed his blood-red sword at the middle-aged man and said, You go slaughter Cloudfall City and I'll slaughter Doomsday City. Do you dare? To be honest, I hope you do. Because my sword has been stuck at the Emperor rank for too long. If I slaughter this entire city, then perhaps it might be able to advance further. The yellow-robed middle-aged man was furious. Are you threatening me? I am threatening you. As soon as Yang Ye's ferocious voice resounded, he didn't waste another moment and immediately transformed into a ray of red light that shot towards Doomsday City. Chapter 1183 A Sword Servant at the Emperor Realm. Chapter 1183 A Sword Servant at the Emperor Realm. Right when Yang Yi was about to charge into Doomsday City, the yellow-robed middle-aged man obstructed Yang Ye's path before raising his right hand. He formed a blade with his palm and swung it at Yang Yi. Hiss! A strand of saber energy that stretched out for 3 kilometers appeared out of thin air, and it shot towards Yang Yi. The space and the surroundings instantly started cracking apart, and it was an extremely shocking sight. A ferocious smile arose on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. He sheathed the blood-red sword and drew it swiftly. Wham! A sword howl shot into the sky as a blood-red strand of sword energy tore through the sky and slammed against the saber energy. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the saber energy and sword energy exploded apart, and then a wave of sword energy and saber energy swept towards the surroundings. Yang Yi and the middle-aged man were standing 300 m away from each other, and they didn't attack again. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man with a smile on his face, and he said, Let me be honest, you're not strong enough to kill me in an instant. Of course, you really do have a chance to kill me if you fight with everything you've got. But if I were to fight desperately, I would have a chance to kill you as well. Even if I can't kill you, I can still heavily injure you. If you're heavily injured, then your Doomsday City would be in danger. Of course, perhaps Doomsday City still has emperors, but if I'm not wrong, since that emperor still hasn't made an appearance now, That fellow is either not at Doomsday City or has other urgent matters to attend to. Right? The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "This isn't the end of it." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into Doomsday City. However, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy shot into an expanse of space in the distance, and then a loud explosion resounded as the middle-aged man appeared once more in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man and smiled. "Were you waiting to see how heavy my injuries are so that you can kill me?" The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, "Actually, I'm really quite heavily injured. If you use all your strength, you'll definitely have a huge chance to kill me. But the problem is, would you dare to do that? Would you? You wouldn't. I can abandon the people in Cloudfall City at any time. In any case, I only establish it on a whim. But your Doomsday City is huge. Would you be willing to abandon it?" The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of his mouth. "The true reason why you said so much and did all of this is because you actually want to protect Cloudfall City. Right?" Yang Yi nodded, and then he looked up at the middle-aged man. "Since you've seen through it, then why don't you dare to play with me? After all, it would only take a few breaths of time for you to destroy Cloudfall City. But it would probably be impossible for me to destroy Doomsday City in a short period. However, your Doomsday City will be suffering from then on because an expert comparable to an emperor would be eyeing it at all times from the shadows." The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Just wait and see." "As you wish." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he shot off towards the distance. The middle-aged man clenched his fist slowly as he watched Yang Yi leave, and there was ghastly coldness in his eyes. He'd had countless urges to kill Yang Yi earlier, but he'd restrained himself in the end. He was worried indeed. He was worried that there would be an expert comparable to an emperor eyeing Doomsday City from the shadows, and it was especially so when Doomsday City had already lost an emperor. As one of the few top powers of this world, Doomsday City naturally had many enemies. Once those enemies were given the opportunity, they would definitely act against Doomsday City. Besides that, Yang Yi seemed like a man. No, he should be called a man. After all, he'd comprehended void rank slaughter intent, so was there anything that such a person wasn't capable of? In the end, the yellow-robed middle-aged man didn't want to fight Yang Yi to the death. In any case, there was no rush to take revenge. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, forcefully suppressed the killing intent in his heart, glanced coldly at Cloudfall City's direction, and then vanished into the sky. Cloudfall City. The entire city seethed with excitement when Yang Yi returned. Yang Ye's return proved that Yang Yi had won. Moreover, it proved Yang Ye's strength wasn't just comparable to emperors, it surpassed many emperors. At this moment, they felt their future wasn't so unclear anymore. After all, with an expert comparable to an emperor on their side, it was very likely for the Sword Alliance to become a diamond-rank power of the continent in the future. Just thinking about it caused many to be unable to help but seethe with excitement, and their blood boiled with excitement as well. Once he got back to Cloudfall City, Yang Yi immediately returned to his room, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, pondered deeply for a moment, and then sat cross-legged and started absorbing the energy within some violet crystals. Actually, the yellow-robed middle-aged man didn't know that he was practically exhausted earlier. Just the battle with an emperor had consumed a huge amount of his profound energy, and his body was already tired. In the end, he'd even allowed himself to suffer injuries in order to kill that emperor. So, it could be said that his injuries were already very severe at that time. Of course, when compared to the injuries he'd suffered when his body had almost collapsed in the past, such injuries were just ordinary. However, if the yellow-robed middle-aged man hadn't decided to leave, then he would really be in danger. So, he had to act like a man and act like he had no regard for his life. Because that was how the world was. The weak feared the strong, The strong feared those who had no regard for their own lives, and those who had no regard for their lives feared the insane. Would a normal person fight a madman to the death? The middle-aged man was a normal person, and he was a sensible person, so he naturally wouldn't. Of course, the main reason was Yang Ye's strength. If one acted like a madman but possessed no strength, then one was just a fool. As the primordial violet energy repaired his body incessantly, the injuries throughout his body were gradually healing. In less than an hour, most of his injuries were healed. Even if Yang Yi was used to how extraordinary primordial violet energy was, he was still shocked by its ability. It was truly too heaven-defying when it came to healing. If it wasn't for his primordial violet energy, he wouldn't have dared to let himself suffer injuries in order to strike his opponent down. It could be said that besides the strength of his body, there was another reason why he dared to act like such a madman, and it was the primordial violet energy. So long as he wasn't killed with a single strike and was still breathing, then primordial violet energy could bring him back. Yang Yez immersed his consciousness into his body, and he gazed at the revolving tiny vortex in silence. He'd attained the Saint Realm, but the tiny vortex still showed no signs of recovering. Is it because I'm still not strong enough? He wouldn't have thought like that in the past because the Saint Realm was very strong. Especially him. His combat strength was pretty good, and at the very least, it was quite difficult for him to find a match amongst his peers at the same realm of cultivation. But after he'd witnessed the strengths of numerous other experts, he knew that saints were actually very weak. So, not to mention the Saint Realm, even the Emperor Realm was very weak. Lady, Cheongqi, and the Guardian who fought Lady that day. Every single one of them was in existence who could kill emperors with ease. But there were even stronger experts above them. Not to mention the old man in Taoist robes, just the past #1 expert of Dark Hell Continent, Jian Wuji, who'd created the stellar sword diagram, was in existence that countless had to look up to. As for the old man in Taoist robes. In short, as his strength grew, he had a clearer understanding of how weak he was. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he sighed softly, and then he opened his eyes. No matter what, he felt it was fine so long as Su Qingshi and the others were all right. As for the primordial violet pagoda, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could access it again. Because the tiny vortex was clearly much livelier now, and it was even willing to communicate with him. For example, it would immediately send him primordial violet energy when he needed it, and he didn't have to try and convince it like he had in the past. Yang Yi shook his head and restrained his thoughts before withdrawing the spatial ring he'd gained from killing that emperor just now. He glanced at its contents. There were almost 5,000 violet crystals, and a huge pile of other things. But he didn't attach importance to any of them because all the treasures and techniques were mostly at the divine rank. Even though he had no need for them, he could give them to the Sword Alliance's members or sell them. After all, the Sword Alliance needed violet crystals to improve its strength. Yang Yi put the spatial ring away, and then a spear appeared in his grasp. It was completely pitch black and icy cold, and there were mysterious symbols inscribed on it. It was at the quasi-emperor rank. Yang Yi sized it up for a short while, and then he nodded slightly before putting it aside. Next, a blue palm-sized mirror appeared on his palm. It was the treasure that Emperor had used to stop his attack earlier. The mirror was completely blue and didn't seem special at all. But Yang Yi knew that it wasn't ordinary because a blow that carried his full strength hadn't even been able to leave a mark on it. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he put it away as well. Even though it wasn't bad, it wasn't really useful to him. After all, his body was comparable to the Emperor realm, and it was equivalent to Emperor rank treasures. So, if his enemy's strength could pierce through his defenses, then it could naturally pierce through the mirror. So, he felt that it was a waste to use it himself. After he put the mirror away, Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant before he withdrew the corpse of that emperor. He never refined an emperor into a sword servant, so he wasn't really confident. After all, besides exhausting spiritual energy, it might even cause him to suffer backlash. It would be quite severe if he suffered backlash. Because it wasn't something like his body, it couldn't be healed in a short while by primordial violet energy. If it was in the past, a little backlash wouldn't be a problem for him. Yet now, Cloudfall City would be in danger if he suffered from backlash and was heavily injured. Of course, it was impossible for him to give up. He would absolutely not try if he was still just a half-saint. But he was a saint now. Yan Yi didn't hesitate to raise his hands and start refining. It didn't take long for the corpse to start shaking violently, and Yan Ye's brows were knit tightly together while sweat had started to appear on his face. Chapter 1184 If it's an enemy, then I have a sword for him. Chapter 1184 If it's an enemy, then I have a sword for him. Time passed slowly within the room. Yan Yi was covered in sweat, while his eyes were bloodshot. A sword servant at the Emperor realm was countless times stronger than a sword servant at the quasi-Emperor realm. No, it should be said that they couldn't be compared at all. If he hadn't attained the Saint realm, Yan Yi would have probably suffered backlash by now. Even if he was a saint now, it was still extremely difficult to refine. After around an hour passed, the expression on Yan Ye's face suddenly changed before he spat out a mouthful of blood. After that, he took around 10 steps back while the corpse slowly slumped down to the ground. He'd failed. Yan Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth while a solemn expression filled his eyes. The difficulty of refining a sword servant at the Emperor realm was much greater than he'd expected. But he wouldn't give up, of course. After resting for around 2 hours, Yan Yi started the refinement process again. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, but Yan Yi still hadn't been able to succeed. Besides that, he'd failed a few dozen times during this period. As he continued his attempts, Yan Yi started to examine and consider the refinement process. Because he realized that he hadn't failed solely because of his lower cultivation. There was another reason, and it might be related to the technique itself. Why? Because he suddenly recalled that the expert who'd created the technique had probably not attained the Emperor realm. When he thought of that, Yan Yi had a very strong feeling that it might be the reason. So, he didn't just carry out the refinement process in the end. He studied it bit by bit as he refined the sword servant, and then he modified and improved the refinement technique. Even though it was even more difficult, it couldn't be helped. He didn't want to give up on the opportunity to possess a sword servant at the Emperor realm. After all, a sword servant at the Emperor realm would be a huge assistance to him right now. It didn't take long for 2 more days to pass. Yan Ye's tense expression had started to ease up slowly. Even though he'd still failed numerous times in the last 2 days, he'd discovered even more problems and had resolved them in succession. Another day passed. Suddenly, Yan Yi let out a sigh of relief, and then he fell backwards and started breathing rapidly. As for the Emperor realm's sword servant in front of him, it slowly took a knee before him. He'd succeeded. After working hard incessantly for days, he'd finally succeeded at modifying and improving the technique to refine sword servants. But it was absolutely tiring. At this moment, Yan Yi felt like he'd fought an emperor for 3 days and 3 nights. Not only was he physically tired, he was even more mentally exhausted. Because his mind had been tense throughout this period, and he hadn't dared to relax at all. Fortunately, his exhaustion was worth it. Because he had a sword servant at the Emperor realm now. Yan Yi rested for a short while before he stood up, and then he flipped the black spear over to the sword servant. The latter took the spear and stood by Yan Ye's side. He'd thought about it for a long time, and he'd finally decided to give the quasi-emperor rank spear to the Emperor realm sword servant. Because it would provide a tremendous increase to the sword servant's strength. After all, there definitely was a gap between the combat strength of puppets and true emperors, so the sword servant's strength would definitely rise immensely if it had that spear in its possession. Suddenly, Snowy emerged from Yan Ye's chest. Yan Yi was stunned when he saw her because she was much larger than before. Yan Yi was stunned for a while before he said, You've grown fatter?" Snowy blinked but didn't understand what he meant. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and then she transformed into a ray of light that entered the pocket of space in front of Yan Ye's chest. It didn't take long for her to emerge once more, and then Yang Yi watched with shock as she opened her mouth and spat lightly. Piles of violet crystals surged out from her mouth. 1,000! 2,000! 5,000! 7,000! Yan Ye's hands were trembling from excitement as he watched her spit out more and more violet crystals. It didn't take long for her to finish, and there were over 11,000 violet crystals in front of Yang Yi. Over 11,000! Yang Yi couldn't help but gasp. If he were in the radiant dimension, then while such a number of violet crystals wasn't huge, it would definitely still make him visibly moved. However, he was in Dark Hell Continent now. 10,000 violet crystals here were definitely equivalent to 100,000 or even more violet crystals in the radiant dimension. It couldn't be helped because the violet crystals and spirit energy here were truly too scarce. Yang Yi gulped, and then he stretched out his hand to Snowy and said, Do you have more? Snowy blinked, and then she lowered her head and licked Yang Ye's hand. After that, a small puddle of liquid appeared on Yang Ye's palm. Saliva? Yang Ye's face darkened. But it didn't take long for him to notice that it wasn't saliva, it was spirit energy, and it was extremely dense spirit energy. Yang Yi put the violet crystals away and rubbed Snowy's head as he smiled. You'll grow stronger by absorbing spirit energy, right? He noticed previously that Snowy would undergo changes as she absorbed more and more spirit energy. But at that time, perhaps it was because she absorbed too little, but the changes she underwent weren't very obvious. Yet now, Snowy hadn't just grown larger from absorbing the spirit energy that emerged after the death of an emperor, he felt that some changes had occurred to her. However, he wasn't able to put a finger on it. As for asking Snowy about it, it would be a waste of effort. She would just blink. Obviously, even she didn't know what she was. Yang Yi rubbed her head lightly and smiled. Come, let's head outside. But Snowy shook her head, and then her eyes narrowed slightly as she pointed at Yang Ye's chest. Yang Yi asked, You want to sleep? Snowy quickly nodded. Yang Yi chuckled. Then quickly head in and sleep. Snowy nodded. She flew over to Yang Yi and pecked him lightly on the forehead. Her face immediately turned red once she finished kissing him, and then she quickly shot into the pocket of space. Yang Yi roared with laughter. He waved his right hand and put the sword servant away before leaving the room. In the hall. At this moment, it wasn't in a terribly damaged state anymore. It hadn't just become larger to the point of accommodating over 10,000, it was even quite grand. This was naturally all thanks to Yi Luyun. Yang Yi sat at the seat of the host while Yi Luyun and the others were below him. Besides Yi Luyun and some others, there were many other unfamiliar faces, and all of them were quasi-emperors. Yang Yi was quite surprised by this. Sword Master! All of them bowed to Yang Yi and greeted him respectfully. While Yang Yi was just a saint, it didn't affect the reverence they felt towards him. It could be said that Yang Yi's prestige in their hearts was unmatched by anyone else. In the past, many of them had some plans of their own. Yet now, even if they had plans, they didn't dare to display it at all. Yang Yi didn't just possess formidable strength, he was extremely ruthless as well. While all of them bowed to Yang Yi, Nan Shuang stuck out her tongue at him instead. As far as she was concerned, Yang Yi was still that miserable kid who liked to brag and act weak. Yang Yi glanced at her, shook his head, and smiled before he glanced at the others with a serious expression on his face. Rise! All of them nodded slightly to Yang Yi and returned to their seats. Yang Yi gazed at Yi Luyun and said, Miss Yi, it seems like there are many new faces in our city. Moreover, I can sense that the number of experts in the city hasn't just increased slightly. Yi Luyun stepped forward and said, That's naturally all thanks to you, Sword Master. A few days ago, you killed an emperor of Doomsday City while only at the Saint Realm. News of that has spread throughout the continent. Coupled with the fact that our Doomsday City has a spirit vein and has been trying to recruit others, many mercenaries around the area rushed over and expressed their willingness to join the Sword Alliance. Yi Luyun revealed a slight smile at this point. At this moment, our Sword Alliance has 56 quasi-emperors, and over 7,000 saints. Moreover, some of them are even on the verge of advancing into the quasi-emperor realm. However, we lack violet crystals, so they can't advance for now. Yi Luyun's voice carried a trace of helplessness as she finished speaking. Because the Sword Alliance lacked violet crystals the most right now. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "How many are on the verge of advancement?" Yi Luyun replied, 11 of them. They've been stuck at the high rank of the Saint Realm for a long time. The only reason they haven't advanced is because they don't have sufficient violet crystals. Yan Yi glanced at the people here and said, "Step forward." It didn't take long for 11 figures to arrive before Yang Yi, and they bowed slightly to him. Yang Yi asked Yi Luyun, "How many violet crystals are needed to charge into the quasi-emperor realm?" Yi Luyun replied, 500 at most. Yan Yi flicked his finger and 500 violet crystals instantly appeared before each of them. Everyone in the hall was stunned at the sight of this, and it didn't take long for them to feel excited. It was especially so for those 11 people. They even quickly knelt down on one knee before Yang Yi and spoke in unison. "We'll never forget Sword Master's kindness." After all, many would be stuck at the high rank of the Saint Realm for hundreds or even thousands of years, and it might take even longer. If they couldn't advance, then only the exhaustion of their lifespan and their subsequent death awaited them. So, Yan Ye's actions were actually no different than giving them a new lease on life. Thus, how could they not feel excited? Yang Yi glanced at everyone within the hall and said, "Once you join the Sword Alliance, you're one of my own, and I, Yang Yi, am never stingy towards those who are on the same side as me. However, I will absolutely show no mercy to those who harbor ill intent. The Sword Alliance doesn't just belong to me, it belongs to everyone. I hope that everyone will be able to work together, and allow the Sword Alliance's name to not just resound through Dark Hell Continent but resound through the universe as well. We swear to follow Sword Master until the end of our lives." All of them bowed and spoke respectfully. "Resound through the continent? Resound through the entire universe? Your ambition is quite huge, huh?" Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky above the city. "But don't you think you're exaggerating a little? An emperor." The expressions of everyone within the hall changed, but they didn't panic. Yang Yi chuckled and started walking towards the exit. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun walked over to his side and spoke softly. "Be careful. It's probably the Dark Sky sect." A slight smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. "It's fine. If he's a friend, then I have meat and wine for him, but if he's an enemy, then I have a sword for him." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot. Chapter 1185 Sorry. My hand shook. Chapter 1185 Sorry. My hand shook. In the sky above Cloudfall City, a middle-aged man in a silver robe was standing not too far away from Yang Yi. The middle-aged man seemed to be only around the age of 30. His figure was thin and tall, his appearance handsome and refined, and his eyes were extremely calm yet icy cold. Moreover, his entire body emanated an icy cold aura. There was another figure by the silver-robed middle-aged man's side. Yang Yi recognized that person because it was that woman in a blue dress from before. At this moment, she was looking at him with an icy cold gaze, and it carried a trace of killing intent. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and said, "You really are extraordinary. I never expected that a third genius who can kill emperors while at the Saint Realm has appeared in our Dark Hell Continent." Yang Yi smiled. "You didn't come here just to praise me, right?" The middle-aged man replied. "I'm Yuan Tianyi, the vice-sect master of the Dark Sky sect. I've wanted to meet you for a long time." Yang Yi spoke like someone of high status as well. Actually, he hadn't heard of Yuan Tianyi at all, but since Yuan Tianyi was acting so politely, he had to give Yuan Tianyi face. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I'll get straight to the point. You killed numerous members of my Dark Sky sect, captured my granddaughter, and took her treasures. I really want to know what you think we should do about that. If you don't want to do anything about it, that's fine as well. I'll leave right now. However, I can guarantee that Cloud Falls City and your so-called Sword Alliance will vanish from Dark Hell Continent in 15 minutes. Yang Yi shrugged. I'm a person who likes peace, and I'm one who doesn't want to cause any trouble. So let's talk about it. Your granddaughter wanted to kill my friend. Unfortunately, she was a little too weak. While she wasn't able to kill my friend, she still caused a certain amount of psychological harm to my friend. Besides that, she even insulted me. Even though I acted benevolently and let her go, since you want to get even, then let's do it. I'll give you a 20% discount, and you just have to give me 10,000 violet crystals as compensation for the emotional suffering that both my friend and I suffered. All right? What nonsense! The middle-aged man hadn't even spoken when the woman instantly cursed with fury. Compensation? I think you're... Do you think that you're almighty because your grandfather is here? Yang Yi gazed at her and said, Why don't you give it a try? Let's see if I can kill you in front of your grandfather. Her expression changed. Only now did she recall that the fellow before her who seemed around her age was actually in existence who could kill emperors. She immediately didn't dare to speak another word when she thought of that, and she could only use her gaze to express her rage. Even though her grandfather was an emperor, she didn't want a formidable expert who was comparable to an emperor to target her. If she was targeted by such a person, then it would be an absolute nightmare. You think you're very strong? Yuan Tianyi gazed at Yang Yi and said, Or perhaps you think that my Dark Sky sect is really so easy to bully? No! Yang Yi looked Yuan Tianyi in the eyes and said, I don't think I'm very strong, but I don't think I'm weak either. At the very least, I don't think I'm weak when facing your Dark Sky sect. As for your second question, I just want to say that it wasn't my Sword Alliance that wanted to bully your Dark Sky sect, and it was your Dark Sky sect that wanted to bully my Sword Alliance. I presume you're much more clearly aware of who caused enmity to arise between me and your Dark Sky sect, right? So what? Yuan Tianyi chuckled. In this world, the stronger party is the one who's always right. Isn't that so? Now my Dark Sky sect wants an explanation from your Sword Alliance. An explanation? Yang Yi shook his head and looked directly at Yuan Tianyi. The explanation is if your Dark Sky sect wants a fight, then you can have it. If they want a fight, then they can have it. Everyone in the surroundings felt their blood boil when they heard Yang Yi speak those words. After all, it was the Dark Sky sect. It was one of the top powers on the continent. But Yang Yi refused to make any compromise and wanted to fight them. How domineering! Countless members of the Sword Alliance gazed at Yang Yi with a trace of fervor and adoration in their eyes. Yuan Tianyi gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he nodded. Then let's fight! As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind Yuan Tianyi shook violently, and then around 10,000 experts appeared behind him. All of them were at the Saint Realm or above, and there were almost 100 quasi-emperors amongst them. Moreover, they were armed with the best. Practically every single one of them held and wore divine rank treasures. It could be said that while their realms of cultivation and numbers might be on par with the experts of the Sword Alliance, the gap between their strength was definitely like the gap between the heavens and the earth. They were the elites of the Dark Sky sect. As for the Sword Alliance, it had just been established while many quasi-emperors and saints had just joined it. Coupled with the lack of equipment in the Sword Alliance, it could be said that the Sword Alliance couldn't compare to the Dark Sky sect at all. But while their strength was inferior, none of them showed any fear, and all of them converged behind Yang Yi. Yi Luyun did very well when it came to discipline. Of course, the main reason was their sense of belonging to the Sword Alliance. Because once they joined the Sword Alliance, they didn't have to experience days filled with danger anymore. There was a spirit vein in the city, so they could advance and increase their lifespan just by working hard. So, it could be considered as a paradise to them, and they would naturally not allow the Dark Sky sect to destroy that paradise. Besides that, the Dark Sky sect wanted to kill all of them, and not just Yang Yi. They had a chance to survive if they joined forces. Yuan Tianyi gazed at Yang Yi and said, Now pay for your ignorance and arrogance. As he spoke, the army behind him was about to attack. However, A black-robed man who held a spear in his hand had suddenly appeared by Yang Ye's side. Yuan Tianyi and the others' expressions changed drastically at the sight of the man. As for the others behind Yang Yi, they were first stunned before feeling overjoyed. It was an emperor. The black-robed man was an emperor. Besides Yang Yi, the Sword Alliance had another mysterious expert at the Emperor realm. That was what everyone thought right now. The only difference was that Yuan Tianyi's group had unsightly expressions on their faces because they hadn't expected this. It could be said that 2 emperors were entirely sufficient to eradicate all of them. Even though Yang Yi wasn't an emperor, he was in existence who was even more terrifying than ordinary emperors. They'd made a blunder. A huge blunder. Unlike Yuan Tianyi's group, the morale of the Sword Alliance rose drastically. After all, while the Sword Alliance's strength at the highest level was still inferior to the Dark Sky Sect, the Dark Sky Sect would definitely not dare to look down upon the Sword Alliance when it had 2 emperors. Yang Yi walked towards Yuan Tianyi, and he looked Yuan Tianyi in the eyes when he arrived around 30 m away from him. I'm a very rash person. Once I act rashly, I like to kill. Once I start killing, even I can't control myself. Now I really want to kill. So, let me ask you again. Does your Dark Sky Sect want to fight? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's body started to gradually turn red. It didn't take long for him to turn completely blood red, and it seemed like an ocean of blood resided within his eyes. At the moment Yang Yi turned blood red, the sky in an area of 500 kilometers had instantly turned blood red as well. The pungent smell of blood and baleful energy instantly appeared here, causing some comparatively weaker cultivators to start vomiting while some of their eyes even started to turn red. As for the members of the Dark Sky Sect who stood in front of Yang Yi, they bore the brunt of it. Many of them were terrified by Yang Ye's blood-red appearance to the point of moving backwards repeatedly. Yuan Tianyi's expression had changed as well, and he clenched his fists slowly. He hurriedly emanated his aura at the Emperor realm to resist the smell of blood and baleful energy. However, Yang Ye's dual void rank intense instantly dispersed his aura as soon as it left his body. Dual void rank intense. Yuan Tianyi's expression changed once more. Meanwhile, a blood-red sword appeared in Yang Ye's grasp. Yang Yi looked Yuan Tianyi in the eyes and spoke fiercely. If you want to fight, then my Sword Alliance will fight your Dark Sky Sect to the death. Even if my Sword Alliance is annihilated, I'll cripple your Dark Sky Sect and make it fall from the ranks of diamond rank powers. Does your Dark Sky Sect dare to fight us to the death? Yuan Tianyi clenched his fists while killing intent and ferocity filled his eyes. As an emperor, how could he not have a temper? How could he just swallow the rage he felt from receiving such threats from Yang Yi? Then let's... The space in front of Yuan Tianyi suddenly trembled when he spoke up to this point, and then his face gradually calmed down. He glanced at Yang Yi while a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Trust me, your Sword Alliance won't exist for long. Trust me. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. Let's go! Yi Luyun immediately heaved a sigh of relief when she witnessed this scene. While the Sword Alliance was prepared to fight to the death, it was best if the battle could be avoided. Because the Sword Alliance really was too weak when compared to the Dark Sky Sect. So, it would probably lose more than half of its experts in the battle, and it was even possible for all of them to be annihilated. The most important thing to the Sword Alliance right now was time to develop. If it were to fight that battle, then the Sword Alliance's chances to truly rise to prominence would plummet. Moreover, once they started fighting, it would definitely play out as Yang Yi had said. They would fight the Dark Sky Sect to the death. At that time, the Sword Alliance would have no chance to grow. However, right when all of them thought that the matter had come to an end for now, a sword howl resounded abruptly. After that, a blood-red ray of sword energy flashed through the sky before the head of one of the quasi-emperors from the Dark Sky Sect flew up into the air. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Yuan Tianyi and the others' reaction was the same, and all of them turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi shrugged and spoke. It wasn't intentional. Sorry! My hand shook. I'll pay more attention next time. Everyone here was at a loss for words when they heard him. Chapter 1186 The Mad Demon Bloodline. Chapter 1186 The Mad Demon Bloodline. Yuan Tianyi gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, a very long time. As for Yang Yi, he revealed an utterly innocent expression. The atmosphere here tensed up once more, and it seemed very fiery. Both sides were ready to clash at any moment, while vigilance covered their faces. Yuan Tianyi gazed at Yang Yi for almost 20 breaths of time before he spoke. "You really are brave. But trust me, people like you don't live for long." Yang Yi shrugged but remained silent because he'd never been one to argue with words. Yuan Tianyi took another icy cold glance at Yang Yi before leading the experts of the Dark Sky sect away and vanished into the sky. Cheers filled the city when the experts of the Dark Sky sect left. They were filled with happiness, excitement, and another indescribable strand of emotion. After all, just a short while ago, these supreme sects treated them like ants. Moreover, if they encountered disciples of those sects, they had to either move away quickly or bow before them and greet them with a smile. Yet now, those experts of such a sect had lost one of their comrades right before their very eyes, but they hadn't even dared to speak a single word about it. It was relieving. At this moment, all of them felt like their ill feelings had been vented. Even Yi Luyun felt the same while she heaved a sigh of relief that a battle hadn't broken out. Yi Luyun hadn't forgotten that the Dark Sky sect had acted extremely domineeringly, and wanted to take their possessions by force that day. The others hadn't forgotten that as well. So, that was why it felt so good when they saw the experts of the Dark Sky sect reveal such unsightly expressions. In the hall, only Yang Yi who'd returned to normal and Yi Luyun were present here. Yi Luyun said, "Sword Master, while your actions raised the morale and confidence of our Sword Alliance, it was quite rash." Yang Yi gazed at her, and her expression changed slightly in response to it, but she still continued. "Once the Dark Sky sect really decides to fight us to the death, our recent accomplishments will be destroyed overnight. Even if our Sword Alliance can resist the Dark Sky sect's attack, it'll definitely suffer heavy injuries. So, rising up in the world will become extremely difficult then. Because once everyone finds out that we're at war with the Dark Sky sect, no one would be willing to join us anymore." Yang Yi walked slowly towards her, and she lowered her head slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi chuckled and said, "Miss Yi, there's no need to be nervous. Even though I'm quite impulsive at times and like to act rashly, I never do that to one of my own. Moreover, I'm not a conceited and obstinate person. So, feel free to speak about any thoughts you have." Yi Luyun heaved a slight sigh of relief. She hadn't known Yang Yi for long. All she knew was that this sword master of hers was absolutely not easy to deal with, and he was even slightly childish on occasion. Earlier, she was afraid that Yang Yi was a conceited and obstinate person, and if he really was such a person, then she would truly be quite worried about the Sword Alliance's future. Fortunately, he wasn't. Yang Yi continued, "I understand everything you just said. Don't worry, I'll be careful. To be honest, attacking just now really was rash. Actually, I didn't just want to attack, I wanted to kill all of them. Because it's practically impossible for us to be reconciled with the Dark Sky sect. But as you said, the Sword Alliance needs time, and I need time as well." He wasn't lying. If he was still all alone, then he would have killed them all. Even if he couldn't kill them, he would have killed half at least. But he wasn't alone anymore, he had the Sword Alliance standing behind him. He didn't consider it as a burden because it would be extremely helpful to him once it developed properly. Actually, it was quite easy to develop a power here because only spirit veins and violet crystals were required. Yi Luyun nodded slightly and said, "So long as you understand." She was most worried about Yang Yi acting rashly according to his character. If that happened, it would only be harmful to the Sword Alliance. After all, the leader of a power had to be reasonable and wise. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for that power to grow. Fortunately, even though Yang Yi was extremely insane, he was very normal at most times. Yang Yi flipped his left palm and two spatial rings appeared there. He flicked them over to her and said, "There are 10,000 violet crystals in one of them. I think you probably really need them right now. As for the other one, there are all sorts of things in it like treasures and techniques. Their quality isn't low, so make arrangements for them on your own." Yi Luyun glanced at Yang Yi but didn't ask where he got them, and she just took them. Just as Yang Yi said, the Sword Alliance really needed violet crystals right now. Yang Yi flicked the blue mirror he gained that day over to Yi Luyun as well. "That treasure isn't bad and should be useful to you. A quasi-emperor rank treasure." Yi Luyun took a deep breath and took the blue mirror. "Thank you, Sword Master," Yang Yi said. "No, I should be the one to thank you. I'm a lazy person who doesn't like managing trivial matters, and I'm unable to do so as well. You're dealing with everything within the Sword Alliance, and I know that it's definitely not easy. I hope that you'll be able to persist." Yi Luyun shook her head slightly. "Actually, if it's compared to those days of scouring the world for violet crystals, then I like this life even more. Even though it's quite tiring, the future isn't hazy to me anymore. I believe that many others feel the same as well." Yang Yi nodded. "Right, I'm going to head to the Godfall ruins." Yi Luyun's expression changed slightly when she heard him. "Sword Master, forgive me for saying more than I should, but the Godfall ruins are covered in sword intent, and that sword intent was left behind by Jian Wuji all those years ago. They are instinctively protecting their master, and anyone who gets close will be attacked by them. Even emperors aren't able to go far. Because the closer one gets to the peak of Godfall Mountain, the stronger the sword intent becomes. In short, it's very dangerous. After tens of thousands of years, and even when it's only protecting its master on instinct, even emperors still can't get close. It's definitely sword intent that surpasses the void rank." Yang Yi was quite visibly moved. He possessed void rank sword intent that could remain intact without dispersing for tens of thousands of years. But not to mention an emperor, it couldn't even injure a quasi-emperor or a comparatively stronger saint. After all, his sword intent would definitely grow weaker after the passage of so many years. But Jian Wuji's sword intent was still capable of killing emperors even after tens of thousands of years. Even though Yi Luyun said it was dangerous, Yang Yi's gazes burned even more brightly with desire. Even if the stellar sword diagram wasn't there, he would still go take a look. Because he wanted to take a look at the past #1 expert of Dark Hell Continent, and he wanted to take a look at the sword god who'd exchanged a few blows with the old man in Taoist robes. Because he was a sword cultivator as well. Yi Luyun fell silent for a long time before she said, "I presume you've made your decision, and it's pointless to try and dissuade you. But I hope that you are absolutely careful. Because if anything were to occur to you, then the Sword Alliance would split up in an instant. Your presence is the reason why everyone is staying here, but if you're gone..." Yang Yi nodded. "Don't worry. I understand what you mean." As he spoke, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the Emperor Realm Sword Servant appeared before Yi Luyun. "I've given him the order to obey your orders from now on. He'll protect Cloudfall City while I'm gone. Besides that, if anyone in the city refuses to obey you, then you can act first and report later." Yi Luyun glanced at the Emperor Realm Sword Servant, took a deep breath, and said, "I won't disappoint you." Presently, she had both wealth and human resources. Besides that, the external danger they faced had been temporarily resolved. So, it could be said that it was time for her to develop the Sword Alliance. Yang Yi nodded. "Remember to notify me if Cloudfall City faces danger. I'll rush back as quickly as possible." "Right, help me take care of Nan Shuang." Yi Luyun nodded. "Understood," Yang Yi said. "For the sake of preventing others from targeting Cloudfall City, tell everyone that I'm cultivating behind closed doors. So long as I'm in the city, I believe that both Doomsday City and the Dark Sky sect won't look for trouble with us for now. As for the others within the city, I think they wouldn't dare to any longer." Yi Luyun nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I'll manage the city well. Just take care of yourself." Yang Yi smiled. "Don't worry. I won't die that easily. That's all. You may leave." Yi Luyun bowed slightly to him, and then she left with the sword servant. Once she left, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, recovered to his prime, and then snuck out of Cloudfall City. As he gazed at Cloudfall City from afar, Yang Yi remained silent for a long time. It was the first time that he'd seriously established a power of his own, and he wanted to develop it well. The battle at the Radiant Dimension allowed him to realize that it was impossible to rely solely on himself. Of course, if he was all alone, then he would be like the Unfettered One, completely without any ties in the world. In that case, just he alone would actually be entirely sufficient. But he wasn't all alone. He had too many ties to the world. Like White Deer Academy, Ocean of Clouds Academy, and Lady. He had to establish a formidable power, and Dark Hell Continent just happened to be suitable for that. Because there was no Heaven Dao here. Thus, so long as he had spirit veins and violet crystals, then he could create a group of experts in no time. So, it was an opportunity. The Sword Alliance! There was a slight smile on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. He was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly frowned slightly. He glanced at the surroundings, hesitated briefly, and then vanished on the spot and shot towards Godfall. Not long after Yang Yi left, a black-robed man appeared where Yang Yi had been standing. The black-robed man gazed at the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards and spoke in a low voice. He's ruthless and mad enough. It is like the mad demon bloodline. But why can't I sense the mad demon bloodline? Is he not from the clan? Or perhaps he hasn't awakened his bloodline? Strange. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, his figure shook and vanished on the spot. Chapter 1187 Pilgrimage of Sword Cultivators. Chapter 1187 Pilgrimage of Sword Cultivators. Right after the black-robed man vanished on the spot, Yang Yi appeared where he was standing a moment ago. He had a solemn expression as he gazed at the spot the black-robed man had been standing on just now. The black-robed man's ability to conceal himself was extremely formidable. It could be said to be the best he'd seen after Lady. As for the black-robed man's strength, he couldn't see through it because the black-robed man didn't emanate even a trace of aura. If the tiny vortex hadn't warned him, he wouldn't have even been able to notice the black-robed man's presence. Yang Yi hadn't attacked because he hadn't sensed any ill intent coming from the black-robed man. Moreover, he couldn't just make enemies rashly right now. Even though he couldn't sense the black-robed man's aura, since the black-robed man possessed such ability, it was obvious that it was impossible for the black-robed man to be weak. He was an emperor at the very least. But Yang Yi couldn't figure out why the black-robed man was following him. Could it be that a mysterious power thinks highly of my natural talent and intends to recruit me as an elite disciple? Such a thought appeared in Yang Ye's mind, but it didn't take long for him to shake his head and vanish on the spot. Godfall Mountain could be considered the #1 restricted area on Dark Hell Continent. It wasn't because it was extremely dangerous, but because everyone throughout Dark Hell Continent held feelings of reverence towards it. Even if those extremely powerful experts of the past came to Godfall Mountain, they wouldn't damage the place at all. Why? Because if it wasn't for Jian Wuji who'd fallen on Godfall Mountain, then Dark Hell Continent would have ceased to exist. Jian Wuji's sacrifice was the reason that Dark Hell Continent still existed. Because Jian Wuji had left Dark Hell Continent, and there was entirely no need for him to return when Dark Hell Continent was about to be destroyed. But he'd returned. So, they felt reverence towards him, and that was why Godfall Mountain was considered the #1 restricted area of the continent. Yang Yi sensed a strand of fierce sword intent from afar away before he really arrived at Godfall Ruins, and he immediately frowned. It was unlike any sword intent he'd encountered in the past, and it wasn't just fierce and sharp, it was filled with a strand of viciousness. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Yi sped up. It didn't take long for him to see a towering mountain in the distance, and it seemed like a towering sword that was stabbed into the sky. Godfall Mountain! Yang Yi didn't continue flying and stopped instead. Because he was within the domain of Godfall Ruins. That wasn't the main point, The main point was that it was exactly like Yi Luyun had described. It was filled with sword intent, and the sword intent would target him if he didn't stop flying. While he didn't fear the sword intent in this area, there was truly no need to look for trouble. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He noticed that there was a group of people a few kilometers to his right. There were a few dozen men and women there, and every single one of them was a sword cultivator. Yang Yi was quite surprised because all of them actually possessed quasi-void rank sword intent. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he shot towards the group. Another person has arrived! Yang Yi had just arrived before them when someone suddenly spoke from amidst the group, and then a few dozen heads turned around to gaze at him. Meanwhile, a slightly bald man arrived before Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi and smiled. You're a sword cultivator as well? Yang Yi nodded. He really is a sword cultivator. Ha! The balding man roared with laughter. At the same time, the gazes that the others shot at him became slightly amiable, and this puzzled Yang Yi a little. The balding man smiled. The sword cultivators of the world are like family. Come! I presume you're here to join the pilgrimage to pay your respects to the sword god, right? Yang Yi gazed at the balding man and was slightly puzzled. What? The balding man glanced at Yang Yi and spoke with surprise. You aren't here for that? Or perhaps you don't know about it. Yang Yi told the truth. I really don't know. Please do tell. The balding man sized him up and said, Are you really a sword cultivator? There was a trace of doubt in the other's eyes as well. Yang Yi chuckled. Of course. He flicked out a strand of sword energy while he spoke. The others stopped doubting him when they saw that, and the balding man nodded slightly. After that, he looked up at the mountain in the distance. You know who's buried there, right? Yang Yi nodded. I do. The balding man's eyes carried a trace of complicated emotions, but there was even more admiration there. All those years ago, Senior Jian Wuji saved the entire continent on his own, and he paid for it with his life. From that day onward, all the strong sword cultivators of our continent would make a pilgrimage here every year. Because Senior Jian Wuji didn't just save the entire continent, he allowed us, sword cultivators, to gain the respect of the entire continent as well. Unfortunately. The balding man sighed softly at this point, and then a woman in a green dress spoke abruptly. Unfortunately, since Senior Jian Wuji fell all those years ago, the sword cultivators of our continent have been unable to stand back up again. Even the sect that Senior Jian Wuji created all those years ago, the Sword God's Palace, had fallen into utter decline before vanishing in the annals of history. Yang Yi asked. It was destroyed? She glanced at him and didn't speak a word. Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, the balding man said, How could that be possible? Even though the Sword God's Palace didn't possess any extraordinary experts after Senior Jian Wuji fell, it was still the strongest power on the continent. But what a pity! Those fellows actually started engaging in internal strife for the position of Palace Master. Such internal strife went on for hundreds of years, and it ended in their destruction. What a pity! Yang Yi nodded. It really is a pity. Actually, many powerful powers and empires weren't destroyed by external forces, and it was their own internal strife that led to their downfall. Just like White Deer Academy, its internal strife had almost eradicated White Deer Academy from the radiant dimension. The balding man sighed softly. Let's not talk about that anymore. Right, I'm Huan Kong, and she's Qin Zhuyao. Let me tell you something, she's very strong, and she might be able to attain void rank sword intent this time. But, when he spoke up to this point, he spoke softly. She's slightly weird. So don't offend her. Yang Yi glanced at Qin Zhuyao and was slightly puzzled. She was quite pretty, but she seemed slightly proud and cold on the outside. However, there was nothing weird about her. Meanwhile, Huan Kong suddenly asked, Right. Brother, what's your name? Yang Yi was about to speak when Qin Zhuyao suddenly spoke. Today is the last day. Looks like that fellow, Yang Yi, isn't coming. Yang Yi gazed at her. She knows me? I'm coming here? He was quite stunned. Meanwhile, Huan Kong nodded. He probably isn't coming. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Why do both of you think that he should come? Besides that, do both of you know him?" Huan Kong glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Do you not know him? He's the most renowned sword cultivator on our continent right now. He killed an emperor. He killed an emperor while at the Saint Realm. And he possesses void rank sword intent and slaughter intent. My God! He's my idol! No, he's the idol of all sword cultivators." A huge amount of adoration could be seen in Huan Kong's eyes as he finished speaking. Yang Yi felt quite embarrassed from being praised directly like that. He coughed lightly and was about to tell the bald man his name. However, Qin Zhuyao suddenly said, "From now onward, he isn't any longer." Yang Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, Huan Kong spoke as well. "Indeed. I look down upon him for not coming to pay his respects. I'll definitely challenge him if I meet him. I'll beat him down and make him. Can you stop talking big?" Meanwhile, a blade-clothed man with a sword in his arms couldn't help but say, "He killed an emperor at the Saint Realm. What about you? You're a quasi-emperor now, but you probably will have no choice but to flee if you face an emperor, right? Lin Fan, go to hell!" Huan Kong spoke furiously. "I've fought an emperor. I've fought one." The black-clothed man spoke indifferently. Sending a few strands of sword energy over before fleeing is considered as fighting an emperor? Just forget what I said. I challenge you. Huan Kong suddenly pointed a sword at Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, I'll beat you down first, and I'll let you know what a true sword cultivator is like." "A sword cultivator? You mean a mouth cultivator?" Lin Fan laughed coldly. "I, Lin Fan, really have to admit my inferiority if it's a competition of bragging. It isn't just me, everyone else here would admit their inferiority. Fuck you!" Huan Kong's face flushed red, and he was about to attack when Qin Zhuyao suddenly stood between them. She said, "If you want to compete, then compete during the pilgrimage. What's the point of fighting now?" Lin Fan shrugged. "It doesn't matter to me." Huan Kong grunted and didn't attack as well. Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, "All of you really looked up to Yang Yi before this?" Huan Kong nodded. "He killed an emperor and allowed the word sword cultivator to shake the continent once more. As sword cultivators, we naturally look up to him. However, he actually didn't come to participate in the pilgrimage. This is the most divine activity in the hearts of us sword cultivators, and it's a representation of our respect to Senior Jian Wuji. But he didn't come. I give him a bad rating for that." Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuyao spoke abruptly. "All right, let's not talk about him anymore. Let's begin." The others immediately became serious when they heard her. Yang Yi was about to speak when Qin Zhuyao suddenly said, "Let's go!" As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Zhuyao led the group forward, and they strode step by step towards Godfall Mountain. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before following the group. Chapter 1188 I'll take Yang Ye's head with 10 swings of my sword. Chapter 1188 I'll take Yang Ye's head with 10 swings of my sword. After following them for some time, Yang Yi finally understood what they meant when they called it a pilgrimage. It represented a journey where they utilized their sword intent to travel towards Godfall Mountain. While it sounded very simple, it was actually not simple at all. It could be said that sword cultivators without quasi-void rank sword intent would definitely be unable to travel for 15 minutes. Even these sword cultivators who possessed quasi-void rank sword intent started to feel strained after traveling for less than an hour. Yang Ye's expression was solemn. The sword intent here was sharp, extremely sharp. Besides a few sword cultivators, every single sword cultivator's sword intent was sharp. Because cultivators of the sword always had their edge bared. It was a characteristic of a sword cultivator. Even Yang Ye's own sword intent was sharp, but it was like a child before an adult when compared to the sword intent here. Moreover, the sword intent here carried an aura of supremacy and a vicious aura that made one's heart palpitate. Around 2 hours later, it even became slightly strenuous for Yang Yi who possessed void rank sword intent. Yang Yi glanced at the others, and he couldn't but nod to himself when he noticed the expressions on their faces. As expected of some of the most outstanding sword cultivators on Dark Hell Continent, their willpower and dispositions are very strong indeed, because it clearly felt extremely strenuous to them, but they hadn't chosen to shrink back, and their eyes were burning even more brightly. Sword cultivators naturally had to grow stronger when they faced adversity. Yang Yi noticed that three amongst the rest were comparatively outstanding, and it was Huan Kong, Lin Fan, and Qin Zhuyao, but Qin Zhuyao was the most outstanding amongst the three of them. Yang Yi sized her up briefly. He noticed that Huan Kong was right, and her sword intent could be considered to be at the peak of the quasi-void rank. If the others here were said to be a step away from void rank sword intent, then Qin Zhuyao was just a thin sheet of paper away from it. If she gained a fortuitous encounter, then she would merely have to tap it lightly, and that paper would be broken. Suddenly, Qin Zhuyao glanced at Yang Yi, and a wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes when she saw Yang Yi had a calm expression on his face, and seemed to not be affected at all. She sized him up, withdrew her gaze, and sped up. Huan Kong and Lin Fan's face became quite unsightly when they saw her speed up. They hesitated briefly before speeding up as well. As for the others, they hesitated for a moment before speeding up as well. Every single sword cultivator was prideful, or it should be said that every cultivator had the desire to excel over others. As for sword cultivators, it was even stronger. Yang Yi glanced at them and started to speed up as well. At this moment, his desire to excel had been aroused as well. In the past, he'd always lived a life of fighting and killing, and it was the first time he was competing with others like this. So, in his opinion, it was rather fun and interesting. Just like that, the group of sword cultivators strode in an extremely orderly manner as they headed towards Godfall Mountain. It grew more and more strenuous because the sword intent was growing stronger, and many of them started to turn palm. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on their bodies, and even taking a single step was difficult. But even then, none of them had given up until now. The calmest and most composed amongst them was Qin Zhuyao and the other two. Of course, Yang Yi was another person like that. Qin Zhuyao seemed much more relaxed when compared to the other two. Even though there were some beads of sweat on her face, it was still calm while her footsteps were firm and stable as before. In short, she was still maintaining the same state since they set out. As for Huan Kong and Lin Fan, it was a little more strenuous to them. At the very least, they were slowing down. However, they were competing against each other, and refused to give up. So, once one of them grew a little faster, the other would follow right away. Under such circumstances, their motivation was growing. Yang Yi raised his head and looked towards the distance. They were at least 3 kilometers away from the foot of Godfall Mountain. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned around to look at Qin Zhuyao, and she was looking at him as well. Yang Yi nodded slightly to her, but she immediately turned her head away and sped up again. Yang Yi was speechless. Ha ha! Suddenly, roaring laughter resounded from behind them. They turned around and saw a man who was emanating a faint glow was walking swiftly towards them. No, that man should be described as running. Moreover, he was growing faster and faster. Huan Kong seemed slightly excited. Is Yang Yi here? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The others looked towards the distance as well, and there was a trace of curiosity and shock in their eyes. Because the man was extremely swift, and the sword intent here seemed like it didn't affect him at all. Yang Yi had looked over as well while a trace of surprise could be seen in his eyes. Because he noticed that the man's strength wasn't bad indeed, and it was probably on par with Qin Zhuyao, or even slightly stronger. Of course, he wasn't sure. After all, he wasn't familiar with both of them, so they had to fight for him to know who was stronger. It didn't take more than 15 minutes for the man to arrive in Yang Yi and the other's vicinity. He wore a luxurious embroidered robe and had 3 swords hanging from his waist. He gazed at Yang Yi and the others. All of you are really slow. A wisp of a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth, but that smile carried a faint trace of ridicule. Qin Zhuyao and the others immediately frowned. Huan Kong asked, Are you Yang Yi? Yang Yi? What trash is that? The man gazed at Huan Kong and spoke coldly. I'm the junior city governor of Violet Thistle City, Dugujian. Dugujian? Huan Kong shook his head. I've never heard that name. I thought that you are Yang Yi, but you're actually not. You get a bad rating from me for that. As he spoke, he walked off to the side and didn't waste his breath on the man. It doesn't matter. A cold smile had curled up on the corners of Dugujian's mouth. It makes sense that you haven't heard of me. But from today onward, my name will shake the entire continent. Lin Fan glanced at Huan Kong and spoke indifferently. I've finally seen someone who can compete with you when it comes to talking big. Huan Kong glared angrily at Lin Fan. Ice face. Want me to kill you right now? Lin Fan spoke indifferently. You wouldn't be able to even if I gave you 10 more years. Huan Kong was about to speak when Dugujian suddenly glanced at everyone here. I thought that many good sword cultivators would be here for the pilgrimage, but now it would seem like... Ha! Everyone looked at him when they heard this, and their gazes were quite hostile. Meanwhile, Huan Kong and Lin Fan, who were arguing with each other, had gazed at Dugujian as well. Huan Kong sized up Dugujian and said, You think you're really strong? Dugujian glanced at Huan Kong and spoke indifferently. It isn't a problem for me even if I face 10 like you. As he spoke, he glanced at the others and said, It's the same for all of you. All of them were speechless. Yang Yi glanced at Dugujian. What was it like to put on airs and act arrogantly? This was a prime example. For the very first time, Yang Yi felt that he was quite humble. Meanwhile, Lin Fan suddenly gazed at Huan Kong. I take back what I said. He's much better at talking big than you. Huan Kong glared at Lin Fan. I'll deal with you later. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked over to Dugujian. You can fight 10 of me? Not to mention you, I wouldn't be convinced even if Yang Yi said that. As for you? Fuck you. Come. Get over here and compete with me. You. Dugujian spoke with disdain. I'll kill you with 10 swings of my sword. Fucking bastard. Huan Kong suddenly drew his sword and was about to attack. However, Qin Zhuao obstructed Huan Kong's path and said, You can't fight here. Huan Kong glared at Dugujian as he spoke. I can't restrain myself anymore. Qin Zhuao turned around to gaze at Dugujian. You think you're very strong? Dugujian glanced at her and replied. To be honest, you're the only one here who's not bad. As for the others, they're nothing. All the others were exasperated. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuao said, Then how about we compete? Dugujian asked. How? She turned around and gazed at Godfall Mountain. We'll see who can go further. Dugujian gazed at Godfall Mountain and said, What would you do if I win? Qin Zhuao said, Tell me what you want. He glanced at the others and said, If I win, then all of you must kneel down before me when you meet me in the future. Qin Zhuao asked, What if you lost? I won't. Dugujian spoke indifferently. Tens of thousands of years ago, Jian Wuji reigned supreme over the continent. Tens of thousands of years later, the continent belongs to me, Dugujian. I'm going to vomit. Huan Kong waved his hand and said, I fucking admit my inferiority when it comes to bragging. He definitely knows nothing about the world. He just possesses a little ability in his clan and thought that he's unmatched in the world. Lin Fan spoke indifferently. Such people will get killed sooner or later. Yang Yi nodded with agreement. Qin Zhuao's eyelids twitched, and it seemed like she had the desire to attack. Meanwhile, Huan Kong suddenly gazed at Dugujian. Have you killed an emperor? Dugujian glanced indifferently at Huan Kong and said, I haven't found anyone suitable. The others were speechless. Huan Kong laughed coldly. If you haven't, then you haven't. You make it sound like you've killed so many. Dugujian said, Once someone suitable shows himself, I'll definitely let you watch me kill him. But Yang Yi has killed an emperor. Huan Kong said. Moreover, he did it while he is at the Saint Realm. You should have heard of him, right? Dugujian frowned. I just emerged from my closed-door cultivation, so I haven't. But so what even if he has? I'll definitely take his head with 10 swings of my sword. Yang Yi was speechless. Stop, Huan Kong said. Let's not talk anymore. I wouldn't be able to take it if I continue talking to you. Let's just compete right away. I challenge all of you on my own. Dugu Jian gazed at them and said, If any one of you goes further than me, then I lose. If I lose, all of you can do as you please. Dugu Jian paused for a moment and added, Of course, I definitely won't lose. Chapter 1189 The Sword Intent from Godfall Mountain. Chapter 1189 The Sword Intent from Godfall Mountain. The corners of their mouths twitched when they heard him. His confidence is truly unbelievable. Huan Kong gazed at Dugu Jian and said, Can't you just be a little humble? Humble? Dugu Jian laughed coldly. That's what weaklings do. All right, let's cut the crap and begin right now. I've waited too long for this day to come. Qin Zhuyao glanced indifferently at Dugu Jian, and then he glanced at the others. All of you have no objections, right? They hurriedly shook their heads. Obviously, they were infuriated by Dugu Jian. Qin Zhuyao nodded slightly. Since no one has any objections, then let's continue. As she spoke, she turned around and started walking towards Godfall Mountain. Huan Kong glanced at Dugu Jian and said, Let's go, master of bragging. Let us see how great you are. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Dugu Jian to reply and just followed after Qin Zhuyao. Lin Fan glanced at Dugu Jian, and then he followed them as well. Yang Yi followed behind Qin Zhuyao as well. He wasn't really interested in the competition. All he was interested in was whether the stellar sword diagram resided at the top of the mountain. Not only did it possess extraordinary might, it might carry the secrets of the sword domain. So, he had to obtain it. Dugu Jian glanced at Qin Zhuyao and the others, grunted coldly, and then started traveling forward as well. He was extremely swift, and it only took him a short while to be at the front of the group. Qin Zhuyao and the others naturally refused to allow that, so they sped up simultaneously. Especially Huan Kong and Lin Fan, both of them seemed like they'd used a Strider talisman and were moving swiftly. Yang Yi smiled as he watched them, and then he sped up as well. In the beginning, all of them could maintain almost the same distance between each other, but as they continued forward, the gap between them grew clearer. Many were growing slower, and in the end, they were practically forcing themselves to persist forward. Only Qin Zhuyao, Dugu Jian, Huan Kong, Lin Fan, and Yang Yi were able to maintain a stable speed. It wasn't too difficult for Yang Yi, Qin Zhuyao, and Dugu Jian. Both Lin Fan and Huan Kong were finding it quite difficult to maintain. As they grew closer to Godfall Mountain, the sword intent Jian Wuji left behind grew more and more terrifying. Presently, they felt like over a dozen mountains were pressing down onto them, and every single step they took felt like 5,000 kilograms was weighing down on them. Moreover, the vicious energy within the sword intent was growing stronger and stronger, and many were on the verge of being unable to resist it anymore. Yang Yi frowned. Because the sword intent didn't just contain a vicious aura, he noticed the intent to kill within it as well. However, this didn't really surprise him. The most surprising fact to him was that he noticed a trace of unwillingness in the sword intent, and it was growing stronger the closer they got to Godfall Mountain. Vicious energy, killing intent, and unwillingness. Yang Yi looked up at Godfall Mountain. Are these a representation of Jian Wuji's feelings from all those years ago? I can't go on anymore. Suddenly, a weak voice resounded from behind the group. They turned around and saw a young man in linen robes supporting himself up with one of his knees, and he was gasping for breath on the ground. The others glanced at him before withdrawing their gazes and continuing forward. Because it was very normal for something like that to happen. Every single year, many would fail before they even arrived at the foot of the mountain. The expression of the man in linen robes eased up when he saw the others continuing forward, and he lied on the ground and relaxed completely. This was how the world was. So long as you gave up, your life would be very relaxed at all times. But while it seemed to be relaxed, it was actually very sad. Yang Yi gazed at the man and hesitated for a moment before flashed over to the man's side. "You're giving up just like that?" The man glanced at Yang Yi and said, I can't hold on any longer." Yang Yi asked. "Their sword intent is at the quasi-void rank just like you, so why can they but you can't?" The man's lips moved slightly, but he didn't say much in the end. Yang Yi gazed at him and said, "If I'm not wrong, your strength is the weakest amongst the people here, right?" His face grew slightly unsightly, but he couldn't refute it because it was a fact. Yang Yi pointed at the others in the distance and said, "They are able to persist, yet you've given up. Will you be able to obtain their acknowledgement and respect if you act like this?" To be honest, I believe that so long as it's someone who possesses strength, that person will not become friends with someone who gives up easily, let alone respect that person. This is a world where strength is respected, and only strength will bring you respect. The man was about to speak when Yang Yi interrupted him. "Do you want to be stuck at quasi-void rank sword intent forever?" The man immediately replied, "I don't," Yang Yi said. "But do you think someone who likes to give up will be able to attain void rank sword intent? To be honest, while you're at the quasi-void rank as everyone else, your sword intent is much weaker. If you don't work hard, persist, and change, then you'll be stuck at the quasi-void rank forever." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and said, "Don't waste your breath. If you're a man, then stand up and continue." The man in linen robes gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he stretched out his hand and took Yang Yi's hand. Yang Yi exerted a little force and instantly pulled him up. "Trust me. If you don't push yourself, you'll never realize how outstanding you truly are." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and started walking towards Godfall Mountain. The man behind Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he started walking again. Even though it was still extremely strenuous, he didn't give up this time. He gritted his teeth and persisted. Yang Yi didn't move very quickly and just followed by the man's side. "See, you've gone so far by just persisting for a while." The man nodded while a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. After walking for around 15 minutes, the man in linen robes turned to look at Yang Yi and said, "I'm Zhualang, what's your name?" Yang Yi grinned. "Yang Yi." Zhualang was stunned, and then he shook his head. "Since you're unwilling to tell me, then it's fine. No matter what, thank you for the guidance. You were right, I should push myself." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. "He doesn't believe me." Meanwhile, Zhualang suddenly said, "They've sped up." Yang Yi raised his head and looked over. Sure enough, Qin Zhuyao and Dugu Jian were speeding up incessantly, and they were practically jogging. As for Lin Fan and Huan Kong, they'd been left far behind. Zhualang said, "That fellow, Dugu Jian, is quite strong." Yang Yi glanced at Dugu Jian and nodded slightly. "He's not bad indeed." Zhualang suddenly said, "You seem to be quite strong as well." Yang Yi grinned. "I'm all right." Zhualang continued, "You should go on first. There's no need to wait for me. I'll persist until I'm forced to the ground." Yang Yi glanced at him and said, "You're an independent cultivator?" Zhualang nodded. "Actually, most of the people here are independent cultivators." Yang Yi nodded. "I'm at Cloudfall City. You can come to Cloudfall City if you have the chance, and we can spar in the Tao of the Sword." Zhualang smiled. "Of course." Yang Yi smiled. Actually, it was just a spur of the moment that made him guide Zhualang. He felt a rather strong connection when he saw Zhualang give up. After all, while he was a labored disciple in the Sword Sect, he'd thought about giving up as well. However, what was the consequence of giving up? In this world where strength was respect, one might die at any moment if one didn't possess powerful strength. It was too easy to give up yet too difficult to persist. One should always push oneself to go on. If one did that, one would notice that one was actually much more outstanding than one had ever imagined. It was like Yang Yi's body. Everyone just saw how strong his body was, but they didn't know what sort of horrible pain he'd endured to attain such physical strength and defenses. If he hadn't been able to endure the pain, then would his body have been able to become so strong? Obviously, that would be impossible. Since the time that he was a labor disciple until attaining the saint realm now, Yang Yi had been constantly pushing himself. Yang Yi shook his head slightly, restrained his thoughts, and gazed towards the distance. At this moment, Duge Jian and Qin Zhuyao had left the others far behind them, and they were less than 300 m away from Godfall Mountain. However, they'd slowed down as well. Moreover, their countenances had started to turn pale. It was even to the extent that every single step they took would leave behind a deep footprint on the ground. It was a sign that their sword intent's ability to resist the sword intent coming from Godfall Mountain was weakening. Meanwhile, many others in the surroundings had slowed down. Many even took more than 100 breaths of time just to take a single step forward. However, Yang Yi was quite surprised because not a single one of them had given up, not even Zhuo Lang who'd given up before. At this moment, all of them were gritting their teeth tightly as they persisted forward, and some of their eyes were even bloodshot. But none gave up. Yang Yi glanced at them and thought to himself, "These fellows are not bad. Shit! Duge Jian is about to overtake us." Meanwhile, someone in the surroundings spoke abruptly. The others immediately raised their heads, and they saw that Duge Jian was already over 1 m ahead of Qin Zhuyao. The others' expressions changed slightly when they witnessed this, because they naturally didn't want Duge Jian to win. But based on the current situation, Duge Jian had an extremely high chance to win. "Look! Qin Zhuyao is speeding up as well!" Meanwhile, Qin Zhuyao was growing faster and faster, and the gap between her and Duge Jian was growing shorter. Moreover, she faintly showed signs of overtaking him. Just like that, both of them chased after each other, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the foot of Godfall Mountain. Right when they arrived there, a strand of terrifying pressure pressed down from above and slammed them towards the ground. Pooh! Pooh! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time and almost fell to their knees. However, they forcefully prevented that from happening. Both of them looked up and there was shock in their eyes. A moment later, they charged forward once more, but they were pressed back down again. Huan Kong, who just rushed over and arrived behind them, said, "We can't go up." Lin Fan nodded. "No more than 5 throughout history have been able to ascend the mountain. As for someone capable of reaching the peak, that has never happened. The best had only been able to travel around 1 kilometer up the mountain." Huan Kong turned to look at Duge Jian. "Let's consider it a tie." "A tie? How laughable." Duge Jian laughed coldly, and then a strand of terrifying sword intent surged out from within him. As soon as the sword intent emerged from him, Qin Zhuyao and the others were instantly pushed over a dozen steps back. Void rank sword intent. All of them were stunned. Duge Jian leaped up onto the mountain. After he arrived over 10 m up the mountain, he looked down at Qin Zhuyao and the others. "I possess void rank sword intent." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed at them before he shouted, "I, Duge Jian, possess void rank sword intent." Ha! Chapter 1190 We should destroy everything in our path. Chapter 1190 We should destroy everything in our path. All of them were still in a state of shock, even Qin Zhuyao. Void rank sword intent wasn't on the same level as quasi-void rank sword intent at all. Sword cultivators could absorb the sword intent of weaker opponents. In other words, all of them who possessed quasi-void rank sword intent were no threat to Duge Jian, unless they didn't utilize sword intent and sword energy. But if a sword cultivator didn't utilize that, then would that person still be a sword cultivator? "We've lost." That was the thought which arose in their minds. Duge Jian looked down at them all while a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "All of you didn't believe me when I said you were weak. Now you believe me, right?" As he spoke, he turned around to look at the peak of the mountain, and his eyes burned with desire. "I told all of you that Jian Wuji reigned supreme throughout the continent tens of thousands of years ago. Now it belongs to me, Duge Jian." The others fell silent. because his strength was clearly visible to them, so it was pointless to try and refute it. Meanwhile, Dugu Jian suddenly gazed at Huan Kong and the others. Shouldn't all of you fulfill the terms of the bet before I ascend to the peak? Go on and kneel! Huan Kong and the others revealed extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Dugu Jian said, Are all of you going to go back on your word? Actually, there's nothing great about void rank sword intent. Suddenly, a voice resounded. All of them were stunned, and then turned around to look at Yang Yi because he was the one who'd spoke. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he started walking towards Dugu Jian. It's just void rank sword intent. Why can't you be a little humble? You make it seem like void rank sword intent is invincible. He wasn't trying to put on airs. But as far as he was concerned, void rank sword intent really wasn't great. Because he'd seen too many experts who were much stronger. Dugu Jian suddenly pointed a finger at Yang Yi and laughed. You finally weren't able to restrain yourself? I noticed you earlier. Besides that woman, you're the strongest here. But you concealed your strength. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I didn't conceal my strength. You were just too weak to discern it. Dugu Jian is weak. Clamorous noise resounded through the area as the others gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. Dugu Jian possesses void rank sword intent. If Dugu Jian, who'd comprehended void rank sword intent, was weak, then what were they? Hua Kong gulped, and then he asked Lin Fan in a soft voice. Ice Face, is he talking big? Lin Fan glanced at Yang Yi and said, It doesn't seem like it. Either he's the shit or he's talking shit. I asked for nothing. Huan Kong rolled his eyes and gazed at Yang Yi again. Ha ha! Meanwhile, Dugu Jian suddenly roared with laughter, and he laughed for a while before he looked at Yang Yi. You know, what you said just now is the most laughable joke I've ever heard. It's really so funny that I still want to laugh at it. Ha ha! Yang Yi was quite speechless as he watched Dugu Jian roar madly with laughter. He shook his head and said, Let's put that aside for now. The competition between you and us isn't over. So, it's too early to tell us to kneel before you. Looks like you want to be their savior. Dugu Jian beckoned to Yang Yi. Then come up here. Yang Yi nodded, and then he leaped up and descended not too far away from Dugu Jian. Right when the others thought that Yang Yi would be struck down, Yang Yi shrugged at Dugu Jian and said, See, I'm here. All the others were speechless. Dugu Jian's smile vanished, and he gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, You possess void rank sword intent. Void rank sword intent. Clamorous noise resounded once more. Void rank sword intent again. All of them were sword cultivators, so they were naturally aware of how difficult it was to attain void rank sword intent. It could be said that amongst the sword cultivators of the continent, they'd only heard of one and seen two who possessed void rank sword intent. The two they'd seen were standing in front of them, and the person they'd heard of was naturally Yang Yi. But they didn't know that Yang Yi was right in front of them. Yang Yi paid no attention to Dugu Jian, and he just turned around to look at the others who were below him. Is void rank sword intent that great? Yang Yi didn't wait for their answer. He immediately pointed his right index finger at Godfall Mountain and said, No, void rank sword intent isn't great at all. See that? Even Jian Wuji, who'd attained such a level of sword intent, was still killed. So, do you think void rank sword intent is great? All of them fell silent. Meanwhile, Dugu Jian was about to speak. But Yang Yi suddenly gazed at him and said, Shut up for now. I'll speak with you in a moment. How dare you? Dugu Jian was furious. After all, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Suddenly Yang Yi pressed his index and middle fingers together to form a sword, and then he waved his hand in Dugu Jian's direction. A ray of sword energy shot forward. Dugu Jian's expression changed. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually dare to attack him here. But while he'd been caught off guard, his reaction wasn't slow at all. He immediately pressed his fingers together, and waved his hand forward as well. A ray of sword energy shot forward and collided with Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Dugu Jian was pushed around 30 m back, Dugu Jian looked up at Yang Yi while a trace of shock could be seen in his eyes. He hadn't expected that he would have been pushed back by a sword cultivator. The others on the foot of the mountain were stunned as well, and then they shot gazes that carried shock and curiosity at Yang Yi. However, their gazes carried a trace of rage as well. "You actually attacked someone here!" One of them sword cultivators spoke with slight anger. The Godfall ruins was a restricted area in the hearts of everyone throughout the continent. Especially sword cultivators like them. So, no expert would fight here. As for sword cultivators, they would absolutely not fight here. Because as far as they were concerned, fighting here would be a form of disrespect to Jian Wuji. Yang Yi paid no attention to that fellow. He turned around to glance at Dugu Jian, who was about to attack instead. "You want to attack? Sure. But you have to wait. I have some thoughts that I want to share, so wait for me to be done before we deal with the matter between us. I'm warning you, if you dare to interrupt me, then I'll definitely bash you up so badly that even your parents won't be able to recognize you." Dugu Jian's face was unsightly. He laughed coldly and said, "Go on, I'll let you speak. I, Dugu Jian, am not someone who doesn't let his opponent speak his last words." Yang Yi ignored Dugu Jian and looked at Qin Jiao's group instead. "I understand why all of you are very angry that I attacked him here. It's because all of you respect Jian Wuji, and he is worthy of respect. But I'd like to tell all of you that you aren't respecting him, you're revering him." Huan Kong asked. "Is there any difference?" "Of course," Yang Yi replied. "All of you revere him and treat him like a god. You unconsciously feel that you'll never be able to arrive at the same height as him, or perhaps all of you think that becoming on par with him is sufficient. In your hearts, he's a mountain you can't climb over." "Right." Huan Kong asked another question. "Is that a problem?" Yang Yi smiled. "Of course it is. Let me tell all of you something. If you have a mountain that's impossible to climb over in your heart, then your accomplishments will never go further." At this point, Yang Yi suddenly pointed at Dugu Jian and said, "Do you know why he was able to attain void rank sword intent? Do you know why he's stronger than all of you?" All of them remained silent. Dugu Jian glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Yang Yi said, "As far as I'm concerned, the difference between all of you and him is that he never treated Jian Wuji as a god. He's always thinking that Jian Wuji is nothing, and that he will definitely surpass Jian Wuji. Even though he's confident or even conceited, he doesn't think of himself as being inferior. In his heart, Jian Wuji isn't a mountain which is impossible to climb over. Jian Wuji is just a stepping stone for him." "But what about all of you?" All of them were speechless. Dugu Jian glanced at Yang Yi and still didn't speak. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Sword cultivators should be without fear. If all of you harbor fear in your hearts, then how will you ascend to the peak of the Sword Tao?" All of them still remained silent. But many had clenched their fists, and so had Qin Zhuyao. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "We can respect people, the heavens and the earth. However, we can't fear people, the heavens, or the earth. So long as sword cultivators have a sword in their hand, they should fear nothing. So long as anyone or anything dares to obstruct our path, we destroy it all." All of them still remained silent, but many of their eyes had emotions that had never appeared there in the past. Yang Yi pointed at the peak of Godfall Mountain and said, "He sacrificed himself for the continent, and we should respect him. But we shouldn't allow him to become an inner demon of ours. Since he could be that strong, then why can't we? We're all human, so is anyone inferior to another? Do all of you think that you're inferior? In any case, I don't think I'm inferior. In my heart, I'm a man who will surpass him one day." "Well said." Meanwhile, Lin Fan suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You're right. Many of us were trapped by our own inner demons for many years. Unfortunately, we never realized it. Sword cultivators should fear nothing, yet we are still fearful of a person who died a few tens of thousands of years ago. How could we possibly attain void rank sword intent with such a state of mind?" "Right." Huan Kong added, "I really wasted the past few years. Motherfucker. I was wondering why I couldn't attain void rank sword intent, so this was why. If I figured it out a while earlier, I would have probably surpassed the void rank by now. Lin Fan glared at Huan Kong. Will you die if you don't talk big? The others immediately grinned when they heard him. Yang Yi smiled as well. He didn't waste another breath and immediately turned to look at Dugu Jian. Didn't you want to compete? Now let's compete. Dugu Jian refused to show any weakness. How? Yang Yi looked up at Gafal Mountain. See who can go further, alright? Dugu Jian asked. Will the wager remain the same? Yang Yi nodded. Dugu Jian said, Let's begin. Yang Yi smiled. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi and Dugu Jian's figures shot towards the peak. After that, all of the spectators were stunned on the spot. Chapter 1191 Almighty. Chapter 1191 Almighty. Why? Because Yang Yi was quick, too quick. If Dugu Jian was said to be running, then Yang Yi was flying. In just a few breaths of time, Yang Yi had left Dugu Jian almost 300 m behind. 300 m. That was no competition. Yang Yi was simply bullying him now. Dugu Jian had stopped, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as he gazed at Yang Yi. The others below were in a similar state. They both possess void rank sword intent, so why is the gap between them so huge? That was the question that had appeared in the minds of everyone. Even though Yang Yi was only at the void rank as well, his sword intent was at the peak of the void rank. It could be said that his sword intent was too much stronger than Dugu Jian. Coupled with his body at the divine shift realm, how could Dugu Jian compete with him? Not to mention that he still had void rank slaughter intent and the sword domain. Without even utilizing the strength of his body, sword domain, and void rank slaughter intent, just his sword intent was sufficient to leave Dugu Jian far behind. Dugu Jian was stunned for a long time as he gazed at Yang Yi. In the end, a wisp of resolve flashed through his eyes before he chased after Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuyao gazed at Yang Yi and Dugu Jian for a short while before her figure shot up the mountain, but she was slammed down repeatedly. However, she didn't give up. After charging forward over and over again, a wisp of blood had started to seep out from corner of her mouth. However, she still didn't give up. Just like that, she fell, crawled back up, and continued her charge over and over again. Finally, after failing countless times, bang! A strand of terrifying sword intent suddenly exploded out from within her, and then her footing stabilized while she wasn't pushed down again. It was void rank sword intent. Clamorous noise resounded throughout the surroundings. Qin Zhuyao wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth. There was a glow of excitement in her eyes. She didn't stay a moment longer, and immediately chased after Yang Yi and Dugu Jian. Meanwhile, Huan Kong gulped and said, Ice face, that works? Lin Fan clenched his fists. He gazed at Yang Yi and the others for a short while, and then he turned to ask Huan Kong. Why can they succeed but we can't? Huan Kong puckered his lips. Perhaps. Air. Right, why can they but we can't? I refuse to accept it. Lin Fan asked. Shall we? Huan Kong took a deep breath. Let's go it. Lin Fan said. The person who gives up first is the other's grandkid. You think I'm afraid of you? As soon as Huan Kong finished speaking, he charged at Godfall Mountain. Lin Fan charged forward immediately as well. As expected, they were instantly slammed down the mountain. However, they didn't give up. They crawled back up and charged forward again, over and over again. In next to no time, more and more sword cultivators had started to charge forward. While they were slammed down repeatedly, they still didn't give up. Sword cultivator after sword cultivator at the foot of Godfall Mountain were charging up the mountain. Such a scene was rather grand yet should be called tragic. Because some were practically covered injuries after the sword intent on Godfall Mountain slammed them off the mountain. Even then, none of them gave up, and they continued forward over and over again. Why could others succeed but I can't? That was the thought that resided in every one of their hearts. How could sword cultivators who'd attained quasi-void rank sword intent possess inferior natural talent? Or perhaps, many of them possessed natural talent that even surpassed Yang Yi. However, they lacked the ferocity and ruthlessness that Yang Yi possessed. If a person was ferocious and ruthless to himself, that person would definitely not be mediocre. Yang Yi was growing faster and faster as he traveled up Godfall Mountain. In less than 15 minutes of time, Yang Yi had left Degujian almost 1 kilometer behind, but his speed didn't show any signs of slowing down. He maintained his previous speed. Meanwhile, Degujian was gradually slowing down. His gaze was fixed on Yang Yi, who was going further and further away, and his eyes had no disbelief and shock in them anymore. The only emotion left in his eyes was determination. Qin Zhuya was growing faster and faster behind Degujian, and she was about to catch up to him. She was staring at Yang Yi as well, and she similarly had determination in her eyes. How could proud people like Degujian and Qin Zhuya admit defeat so easily? However, they were growing slower and slower, but not only did Yang Yi show no signs of slowing down, he was showing signs of speeding up. As for Huan Kong and the others, after experiencing countless failures, Huan Kong, Lin Fan, and a few other sword cultivators had started to stride step by step up the mountain. However, they weren't able to go far before they were slammed down again. Even then, their eyes burned with excitement. Because they'd never considered ascending the mountain in the past. Because as far as they were concerned, they were too weak, so it would be impossible for them to ascend it. Yet now, not only were they able to step foot on the mountain, they could even travel a short distance. At this moment, they finally understood a principle. It wasn't that they couldn't, it was because they felt that they couldn't. Or perhaps, in their hearts, they felt that they were inferior to Jian Wuji, so they couldn't arouse the slightest intention to challenge him. They themselves had placed an insurmountable mountain before their own sword Dao, so how could they grow when they had such an attitude towards the sword Dao? When the heart was clear, so were the thoughts. Many people were truly able to accomplish that. Huan Kong and the others charged forward over and over again. While they were still slammed off the mountain, they were able to go further and further up Godfall Mountain. Their battle intent was blazing. Meanwhile on Godfall Mountain, Yang Yi had left Degujian around 2 kilometers behind, and he still hadn't slowed down. As for Degujian and Qin Zhuyao, they weren't running anymore and were walking instead. Moreover, they were growing slower. As they went higher, the pressure that came from the sword intent was growing heavier and heavier. At this moment, even their void rank sword intent wasn't able to resist it anymore. It didn't take too long for Qin Zhuyao to catch up to Degujian. Degujian gazed at Yang Ye's figure and asked, Who is he? Qin Zhuyao gazed at Yang Ye's figure and said, Someone who brought honor to us, sword cultivators. At this moment, she naturally discerned Yang Ye's identity. Yang Yi was a saint and possessed void rank sword intent, so could it be any other person? Degujian asked. Yang Yi? Qin Zhuyao didn't answer him. She just strode forward step by step. Degujian didn't speak another word and just continued forward. After around 15 minutes passed, an explosion resounded abruptly from above. Degujian and Qin Zhuyao looked up, and they saw Yang Yi suddenly crash down from the halfway mark of the mountain. This crash brought him behind them. Both of them were stunned by this. But just a moment passed before Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of light that shot upwards. When he was about to arrive at the halfway mark, a strand of terrifying sword intent smashed down from above and collided with Yang Yi. Bang! A loud explosion resounded. It didn't take long for the sword intent that descended towards Yang Yi to be obliterated, and then Yang Yi's figure flashed up. However, he'd slowed down because sword intent was pressing down towards him at all times like a waterfall. But Yang Yi resisted it by force and was going upwards against its flow. Degujian and Qin Zhuyao had arrived at the halfway mark as well, but they didn't continue forward. Degujian said, This is a divide. Qin Zhuyao nodded. Their lives would be in danger if they continued forward. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that the sword intent above wasn't something they could resist anymore. If they continued, they wouldn't be acting fearlessly but courting death instead. Dugu Jian asked. Do you think he can ascend to the peak? She shook her head. I don't know. Dugu Jian nodded slightly. He stopped speaking and just stared at Yang Yi, who was still continuing forward. Qin Shuyao did the same. She was staring fixedly at Yang Yi. She wanted to know exactly how strong this genius, who'd suddenly risen to prominence, was. At this moment, Yang Yi had frowned as well, because he noticed that the strength of the sword intent that he was enduring was much stronger than void rank sword intent. If he hadn't relied on his physical strength, then just his void rank sword intent would be utterly incapable of resisting the sword intent here. Yet now, he was only halfway up the mountain and was at least 15 kilometers away from its peak. Jian Wuji's sword intent was much stronger than he'd expected. Yang Yi took a deep breath, circulated the profound energy within him, and stomped his right foot against the ground before his figure shot forward. In the beginning, Yang Yi shot forward without encountering any resistance, but it didn't take long for him to slow down. Moreover, he was slowing down rapidly. A few breaths of time later, Yang Yi was slow like a snail and was practically incapable of taking a step forward. Break! Yang Yi roared with fury as his void rank slaughter intent surged out from within him. Once both his void rank intents had surged out, he became much faster, and it didn't take long for him to charge almost 6 kilometers forward. Moreover, he was still gaining speed. Dugu Jian and Qin Zhuya were stunned by the sight of this. 2 void rank intents, and they are both at the peak of the void rank. Qin Zhuya gazed at Yang Yi, who transformed into a ray of red light, and muttered softly. No wonder he was able to kill an emperor while at the Saint Realm. Dugu Jian's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he seemed like he'd lost his soul. 2 types of intents. That's cheating. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop abruptly after charging around 9 kilometers up the mountain, because a sword formed from intent was floating not too far away from him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he strode over. However, the void rank sword intent outside his body immediately surged back into him when he arrived around 30 m away from the intent sword. After that, his void rank slaughter intent surged back into him as well. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. A moment later, his void rank sword intent and slaughter intent surged out from him once more, but they'd only just left his body before they shrank back into him again. They were acting like mice that had caught sight of a cat. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. This sword intent is something the earth cannot hold, and the heavens cannot stop. Your path has come to an end. Chapter 1192 My heart houses no fear. Chapter 1192 My heart houses no fear. Yang Yi turned around and saw a slovenly old man had appeared not too far away from him. The reason he felt the old man was slovenly because the old man was dressed like a beggar. His hair was even so messy to the point it seemed like it hadn't been washed for years. Yang Yi glanced at the old man's waist and saw a sword there. You're the 3rd person to arrive here in the last tens of thousands of years. The slovenly old man walked over to Yang Yi and sized him up. You really are not bad. Your sword intent is temper well, and so is your slaughter intent. You have great potential indeed. Unfortunately, your cultivator is quite low. Yang Yi asked. Senior, may I know who you are? I'm just a slovenly old man. The old man waved his hand and said, You're really not bad since you were able to arrive here. You can't continue forward because you might die if you do? Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, You must understand that this isn't a test that Senior Jian Wuji left behind. His sword intent is instinctively protecting its master instead. If you continue up the mountain, it'll treat you as an enemy. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at the intent sword and said, Senior Jian Wuji's kindness left this sword behind to stop others from going further. Yang Yi was puzzled. His kindness? The slovenly old man looked up at the mountain peak and said, Every person has a good and bad side. I presume you've realized it as well. The sword intent here is filled with killing intent, viciousness, and unwillingness. Actually, they are the negative emotions that Senior Jian Wuji had all those years ago, and a part of his sword intent carry those negative emotions. Not to mention you, even an emperor would be instantly killed before the part of his sword intent that carry those negative emotions, let alone you. Yang Yi fell silent. He knew that the old man wasn't trying to scare him, because the intent sword before him was stronger than emperor's. Even the aura of an emperor wouldn't be able to make his void rank sword intent dare not fight back. Yet now, his void rank intents actually didn't dare to fight back against the intent sword. Moreover, based on what the slovenly old man said, the sword intent he would encounter after this intent sword was the truly terrifying sword intent. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he gazed at the old man. Senior, you said that 3 people have been here. I'm one of them, you are another. Who is the last? I'm quite curious. The old man pointed towards the distance. Look over there. Yang Yi looked along the direction that the old man had pointed towards, and he saw a huge stone there. There was a row of words on the stone. Yang Yi's pupils constricted when he saw the words. The words on the stone were, "The Sword God." Interesting. He recognized the writing, and the sword intent it contained was even more familiar to him. It was left behind by the founding ancestor of the sword sect, the Unfettered One. Yang Yi naturally knew who he was and had even received his help. Since he started cultivating on Profound Continent until arriving at the Radiant Dimension, he'd constantly heard of the Unfettered One's legends. But he'd never expected that the Unfettered One had actually come to Dark Hell Continent. See that? Meanwhile, the slovenly old man spoke abruptly. Because his sword intent is there, Senior Jian Wuji's sword intent doesn't dare to come close to that rock at all. I never expected that such a terrifying sword cultivator would have actually appeared on Dark Hell Continent after Senior Jian Wuji. But why have I never heard of him? Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he glanced at the old man and said, I'm unable to see through your strength, so I presume it's at a terrifying level. But are you telling me that even you are unable to ascend to the peak of the mountain? Why would I ascend to the peak? The old man chuckled. I can't even compete with the 2 sword intents left behind here, so what's the point of ascending to the peak? Yang Yi fell silent. Go back. The old man waved his hand and said, It's rare that a genius in the sword Tao has appeared on the continent, so don't allow yourself to be killed here. Once you attain the Emperor realm or gain another breakthrough in your sword intent, then you can come here and give it another try. Yang Yi suddenly asked. What's above the void rank? I don't know. The old man continued. Only 2 knew, and only they have attained it. Yang Yi knew that the old man was speaking about the Unfettered One and Jian Wuji. Go on. The old man waved his hand and started walking towards the side. Senior, I have something to say. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke abruptly. The old man turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, Sword cultivators should charge forward courageously and grow stronger according to the circumstances, right? Yang Yi chuckled once he finished speaking, and then he started walking towards the intent sword. My sword intent and slaughter intent dare not face this intent sword. Do you know what it made me think about? I didn't think about how strong this intent sword is. I was thinking about how my sword intent and slaughter intent were actually so weak. The old man asked. Is there a difference between that? Of course. Yang Yi walked over to the intent sword and stopped before it. He said, If I thought about how strong this intent sword is, then I would arouse fear towards it. Just like you, Senior. In your heart, Senior Jian Wuji is probably an insurmountable mountain. So, you dare not take a look at his sword intent that's even stronger than what's left here. All of you can do is gaze at this intense sword and sigh with emotion every single day. I'm not wrong, am I? Yang Yi turned around to look at the old man and continued. Senior, you've stayed here because you hope to allow your sword intent to attain the same height as this intense sword. But you failed to realize that this intense sword has become an inner demon of yours. The old man gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi turned around to look at the intense sword and said, We sword cultivators shouldn't fear anything while we have a sword in hand. Those who have no fear are invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes, and then his void-rank sword intent and slaughter intent surged out from within him again. However, they just surged out when they acted like mice that had encountered a cat, and they surged back into him. As for the intent sword in front of Yang Yi, it didn't move at all. Yang Yi smiled. It really is strong. Meanwhile, the slovenly old man walked over to Yang Yi's side and said, "Kid, you're right, very right. But can you feel it? This sword intent isn't something that void-rank sword intent can resist. Your sword intent and slaughter intent aren't weak, but they aren't on the same level as this sword intent. Confidence is good, but you can't be conceited." Yang Yi chuckled. "Senior, what is sword intent?" The old man said. "Sword intent is the fusion of the mind and soul. It's the harmony between the material and the void. It's both beyond something with form, yet it possesses form as well. It's ethereal, but once it's at a certain level, one isn't just able to sense it, one can even see it. Sword intent is an extension of our quintessence, and that quintessence is the sword in our grasp. When a sword cultivator possesses sword intent, the sword isn't an inanimate object anymore, and it has a life of its own." Yang Yi nodded. "Senior's understanding of sword intent is very deep. Then let me ask you another question. What's a sword cultivator?" The old man replied, "Those who hold a sword and have comprehended sword intent are sword cultivators." Yang Yi asked, "But how does one become an outstanding sword cultivator?" The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and said, "The enlightened sword heart, clear thoughts, and fearlessness. Are you indirectly trying to make me praise you?" Yang Yi stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion. An intense sword appeared in his grasp, but just as before, it vanished in an instant. Yang Yi gazed at his hand for a short while before he looked at the old man. "Senior, your attainments in the sword Tao surpass my own. I'd like to ask whether I'm still a sword cultivator since my sword intent doesn't dare to fight back." The old man was stunned. His sword intent didn't dare to fight back. In other words, was a sword cultivator without sword intent still a sword cultivator? Why were sword cultivators strong? Because they had sword intent. Just like Yang Yi, what had he relied on to kill quasi-emperors while he was at the half-saint realm? Besides his physical strength, it was sword intent. Because sword intent could provide a drastic increase in his strength. Otherwise, his sword energy wouldn't be able to pose a threat to quasi-emperors at all. It could be said that his sword intent was a huge reason why he was so strong. Yet now, his sword intent didn't dare to fight back. So, was such a sword cultivator still a sword cultivator? The old man clenched his fist slowly, and wasn't able to return to his senses for a long time. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "It can be said that the reason we sword cultivators are so strong is that we've comprehended sword intent. In other words, sword intent is our foundation. Yet now, our sword intent doesn't dare to fight back. Senior, you possess wide knowledge and experience, so can you provide me with some guidance? What should I do now?" Yang Yi wasn't someone who liked to waste his breath. But he was really lost right now. Because this had never happened to his sword intent in the past. It didn't dare fight back, and it didn't even dare to condense into form before that intent sword. He never ever imagined that his sword intent and slaughter intent would act like that. The old man remained silent for a long time before he spoke. "Kid, you're still young. It really isn't necessary to force yourself here. With the natural talent you possess, it's not impossible for you to advance higher than the void rank in the future. I'm serious. You're the sword cultivator with the best natural talent that I've seen in the last 10,000 years. It would be a loss to our continent if you are to die here. Even you have no solution?" Yang Yi took a deep breath. "Since you don't have a solution, then I'll use my own." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "What are you thinking of doing?" Yang Yi gazed at the intense sword and said, "If I'm stopped by this sword today, then inner demons will appear within me. So, I have to pass through no matter what. Otherwise, it won't be stopping me for a while but for a lifetime." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi's eyes suddenly turned blood red and were filled with baleful energy. "I, Yang Yi, do not fear the earth, do not fear heavens, and do not fear any man. Since my sword intent is fearful, then I, Yan Yi, would rather lose it. My heart houses no fear. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint fiery glow suddenly surged out from Yan Yi. Ignition of sword intent. Yan Yi was burning away his void rank sword intent. The old man's eyes opened wide as he gazed at this scene with astonishment. Have you gone mad? He hadn't expected Yan Yi to actually ignite void rank sword intent. He's burning away his void rank sword intent just because it showed fear. He has gone mad. Yan Yi paid no attention to the old man, and his void rank sword intent was burning madly. It didn't take long for it to drop to the quasi-void rank, the heaven rank, the 6th level, the 3rd level. Chapter 1193 with a flick of the finger. Chapter 1193 with a flick of the finger. Yan Ye's eyes were shut while his sword intent burned madly. Had he ignited his sword intent impulsively? Sort of. But he knew that if he stopped here today, then he might not ever be able to improve throughout his lifetime. Moreover, his beliefs in the sword Tao which he held firmly onto would instantly collapse as well. He couldn't retreat, he absolutely couldn't. He'd done it so that he could take a step forward and so that he could maintain his heart towards the sword Tao. Otherwise, wouldn't his belief that he'd held onto for so long, his belief that sword cultivators should be fearless, would be nothing but empty talk? Did he regret it? He didn't. Yan Yi didn't regret it at all. He feared nothing, but his sword intent felt fear. Since it was like that, he didn't want his sword intent anymore. Meanwhile, the old man was clearly shocked by Yan Ye's actions. He ignited his sword intent just because of that. He's absolutely insane. That's void rank sword intent. How much fortune had to be gained and pains had to be taken in order to attain void rank sword intent. Yet now, it's gone just like that. The old man withdrew his gaze and shook his head. What a pity! What a pity! After all, a top-rate sword cultivator was gone just like that. A sword cultivator without sword intent couldn't be considered to be a sword cultivator at all. As for such a person's combat strength, it would probably be inferior to an ordinary cultivator. In next to no time, Yan Ye's sword intent had been burned to the 1st level, but Yan Yi was still burning it. Another short while passed and Yan Ye's sword intent had vanished completely. At the moment his sword intent vanished, Yan Ye's body felt light, while his countenance turned ghastly pale. However, there was a trace of a smile on the corners of his mouth. What a pity! Meanwhile, the old man shook his head and turned around with the intention of leaving. However, the intent sword which obstructed Yan Ye's path had suddenly become translucent. It didn't take long for it to slowly disperse into the air. Yan Yi and the old man were stunned by this scene. Suddenly, the sword intent in the surroundings started to surge madly towards Yan Yi. In the beginning, it was only the sword intent around Yan Yi, but as time passed, more and more sword intent was surging incessantly towards Yan Yi for all over the mountain. The old man was stunned on the spot, because he noticed that the sword intent throughout the mountain was surging madly towards Yan Yi. Yan Yi was stunned as well. He didn't feel anything unusual after the sword intent surged into him, and it was even to the extent that he didn't sense the sword intent. He felt like normal. The slovenly old man suddenly said, Kid, close your eyes and sense it. Senior Jian Wuji is helping you improve your sword intent. Attaining sword intent above the void rank sword intent requires comprehension. He's definitely trying to remind you about it now. Comprehension. Yan Ye's pupils constricted when he heard this. He didn't hesitate to close his eyes and started sensing the sword intent that was surging incessantly into his body. The old man gazed at Yan Yi with a trace of excitement and happiness in his eyes, because he might be able to personally witness the birth of sword intent above the void rank. However, there was more bitterness and dejection in his eyes. He thought that the intent sword had been left here by Jian Wuji to stop others from ascending the mountain, but he was wrong. The intent sword was here as a test. A test of what? Resolve? Courage? Determination? Fearlessness? He didn't know the answer. But he knew that this young man who was just a little over 20 had passed. A trace of bewilderment appeared in the old man's eyes. Could it be that my heart towards the sword Tao isn't even on par with a young man? Yan Ye's eyes were closed while countless strands of sword intent surged madly into him. In the end, the sword intent stayed within him for a while before seeping out of his body again. However, it didn't take long for the sword intent to surge back into him, and it formed an endless cycle of seeping out and surging back in. Meanwhile, at the foot of God Fall Mountain, Dugu Jian, Qin Zhuyao, Huan Kong, and the others were looking up at the peak of the mountain, and there was shock in their eyes. Because the sword intent around them was surging up the mountain. What's going on? All of them had the same question in their minds. The sudden commotion created by the sword intent on God Fall Mountain was too great, so it didn't take long for numerous experts to flash over from all directions. There were quasi-emperors and even emperors amongst them. Suddenly, a ghastly voice swept out from the top of God Fall Mountain. Besides sword cultivators, if anyone dares to come within 3,000 kilometers of God Fall Mountain or dares to sweep God Fall Mountain with their divine sense, then die. It was the slovenly old man. He glanced at the surroundings with a sharp gaze, and he didn't seem so slovenly anymore. Suddenly, a cold glow flashed through his eyes. You're courting death. As soon as he spoke, he twisted his finger forward and tapped it towards the distance. After that, the sword on his waist transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Ah! A shrill cry resounded from 3 kilometers away. A moment later, a shocked voice resounded. Sword control point. You're from the Sword God's palace. The old man shot a cold glance at the man. I'll kill you if you get closer. The other voice didn't resound again. The others around God Fall Mountain who'd intended to come closer had instantly discarded such thoughts. The Sword God's palace. Jian Wuji had established the Sword God's palace all those years ago. However, it was gone now. But no one dared to look down upon the power which had once been the #1 power of the continent. Moreover, while the Sword God's palace had vanished, many of its members hadn't. Especially those who'd survived. Every single one of them was a peerless expert. Now, one of them was here. Even though they were still curious about why such phenomena had appeared on God Fall Mountain, no one dared to come closer or scan the mountain with their divine sense. God Fall Mountain. Yan Ye's eyes were closed, and his figure remained completely still like he turned into a rock. The old man gazed at Yang Yi while complicated emotions could be seen in his eyes. Because even if Yang Yi wasn't able to attain a breakthrough in his sword intent, he would definitely obtain huge gains. Moreover, once Yang Yi attained that breakthrough, the old man withdrew his gaze and looked up at the peak of God Fall Mountain while complicated emotions remained within his eyes. Time passed slowly, yet Yang Ye's eyes were still closed tightly. However, unlike before, his hands were clenched tightly, and his brows were knit tightly together as well. The old was gradually revealed a nervous expression. What was above the void rank? Not to mention him, all the sword cultivators of Dark Hell Continent didn't know. Will he succeed or fail? In the blink of an eye 2 days had passed, but Yang Ye's eyes were still closed. Moreover, the sword intent throughout God Fall Mountain was still maintaining the cycle of surging into him and seeping out. After 5 days had passed, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as he did, the sword intent within him instantly seeped out. This time, it didn't surge back into him again, and they returned to where they once were. It didn't take long for God Fall Mountain to return to how it had been. The old man asked with a slightly anxious expression. Did you succeed? Yang Yi didn't answer the old man and just closed his eyes. Almost 2 hours passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes again. He turned to look at the old man and said, Actually, sword intent is everywhere. As he spoke, Yang Yi stretched out his hand and tapped the space in front of him. After that, the old man watched with astonishment as an intent sword appeared in front of Yang Yi. This intent sword wasn't the intent sword from before, but it gave him the same feeling as the intent sword from before. He succeeded. The old man took 2 steps back, and he shot a complicated gaze at Yang Yi. But his eyes were mostly filled with bitterness. He'd thought about igniting his sword intent as well, but he quickly rejected such a stupid thought. Because if he did that, then he would really be courting death. Jian Wuji could have used the simplest method to pass down his knowledge to the future generations, but Jian Wuji hadn't. Why? Was he trying to keep it for himself? No. If he wanted to do that, then he wouldn't have left the intent sword behind. The reason he did that was because one had to truly gain comprehension in order to advance from the void rank of sword intent. Such comprehension couldn't be expressed through words, and it required one to gain comprehension on one's own. Just like many other things in the world. It sounded very simple when others spoke of it, and it even seemed simple, but only when one tried to accomplish it would one realize that it wasn't simple at all. Comprehension. Wholehearted comprehension was the key to breaking through the void rank of sword intent. If he were to copy Yang Ye's actions without gaining true comprehension, then he would just be courting death. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes again. After almost 6 days of time, he'd finally understood what Jian Wuji wanted to tell him. He possessed void rank sword intent, and it was the limits his body was capable of enduring. It was like how a cup could only hold a certain amount of water, and it was impossible to fill a cup with a basin of water. What should be done once those limits are reached? The solution was to transform the body into an ocean. In that way, it wouldn't just hold a cup of water, it would hold an ocean of water. But to transform the body into an ocean, it required destruction and reconstruction. In other words, the cup which was the limit had to be destroyed. Now, his sword intent didn't come from within his body, and so long as he willed it, his sword intent would be everywhere. It could be said that the intent swords he condensed into form now were even stronger than emperor rank weapons. As for its suppressive effects towards sword cultivators, it was even more terrifying than before now. Just like this very moment, even 100 Dugujians wouldn't be able to harm the intent sword that he just condensed into form. Not to mention Dugujian, even the slovenly old man beside him could do nothing to it. Unless the old man didn't utilize sword energy and sword intent, otherwise Yang Yi could utilize sword intent to completely suppress the old man even if the old man had surpassed the emperor realm. It was absolute suppression. Just like how Jian Wuji's sword intent had suppressed him earlier. Yang Yi opened his eyes. He was about to continue forward when he suddenly looked at the old man. "Senior, are you all alone?" The old man nodded and said, "Why?" Yang Yi replied, "I wonder if you're willing to stay in Cloudfall City? I stay there. Senior's attainments in the Sword Dao are extraordinary, so I'd like to seek guidance from you." The old man glanced at him and said, "Kid, stop beating around the bust. Your current sword intent is entirely capable of suppressing me. You want to seek guidance from me? I should be the one who seeks guidance from you. You asked me to head to Cloudfall City because you hope that I will fight for you, right?" He saw through me. Yang Yi didn't reveal any embarrassment. He just smiled and said, "That is my intention, but my intent to seek guidance from you isn't fake. I presume you've realized that while my sword intent has advanced, my knowledge in the Sword Dao is extremely limited. Of course, if you're not willing, then just forget I ever asked." The old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Even if you didn't say anything, I still would have gone with you." After all, he wanted to attain a breakthrough as well, and he would have the best chance of doing so if he went with Yang Yi. Even though Jian Wuji's sword intent was above the void rank as well, but this fellow before him was a living existence with sword intent that was above the void rank. Yang Yi was delighted when he heard this. After all, the old man wasn't just an emperor, he was a sword cultivator. So, those ordinary emperors couldn't compare to the old man's strength at all. Besides that, he wouldn't have to fear Doomsday City and the Dark Sky sect with the old man's presence in Cloudfall City. Of course, he wouldn't fear Doomsday City and the Dark Sky sect now even if the old man refused, and that even included their joint forces. Presently, he could annihilate ordinary emperors with a flick of his finger. Chapter 1194 Fought through hundreds of worlds. Chapter 1194 Fought Through Hundreds of Worlds. Senior, do you want to head up there and take a look? Yang Yi pointed at the peak of the mountain. I presume that you should be curious about what's at the peak. The slovenly old man glanced at the peak and shook his head. Even though he could go up there because Yang Yi was here, he was a proud person. How could he possibly do something like that? Even if he was heading up to the peak, he wanted to do it with his own strength, and not rely on another to get there. Yang Yi understood the old man's thoughts and didn't speak further about it. Senior, may I know your name? Jiansu. The old man sized up Yang Yi and said, You're that fellow who's absolutely famous throughout the continent right now, Yang Yi, right? A cultivation at the Saint Realm and Void rank sword intent. Wasn't that Yang Yi? Yang Yi didn't conceal it, not did he have to. He immediately nodded and said, Then I'll be heading up first. This sword of yours. Suddenly, the old man pointed at the sword which Yang Yi had condensed from sword intent and asked, Aren't you going to take it with you? Yang Yi smiled at the old man and said, I think that I should be helpful to those that come after me. So let it stay here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and started walking towards the peak. A slight smile curled up on the old man's face when he heard Yang Yi, and then he nodded slightly while a trace of praise could be seen in his eyes. There were many people in this world who liked to keep secrets, or perhaps they should be called selfish. Such people couldn't bear to see others benefit and grow better, and they were absolutely afraid that others would learn what they possessed. Fortunately, Yang Yi wasn't such a person. Actually, Yang Yi was a selfish person, but his selfishness depended on the person and matter. If others were selfish to him, then he would be selfish to them. Jian Wuji had left an intent sword behind to help those who came after him to achieve a breakthrough in their sword intent. He'd received Jian Wuji's kindness, so how could he not pass down Jian Wuji's spirit of selflessness? His sword intent was above the void rank now. If it was any other person, that person might selfishly refuse to leave an intent sword behind. Why? Because in that way, that person would be the only person on the continent who possessed sword intent above the void rank. But Yang Yi didn't have such thoughts because only the weak would fear that others would become strong. The strong never feared that others would gain strength. Yang Yi was still 3 kilometers away from the peak. As he walked, he suddenly frowned again. Logically speaking, his sword intent was above the void rank now, so it shouldn't fear Jian Wuji's sword intent anymore. However, he noticed that the sword intent he sensed around him was a few times stronger than before. Most importantly, the sword intent here was filled with negative emotions like killing intent, baleful energy, and unwillingness. The killing intent and baleful energy here was many times stronger than his void rank slaughter intent. Or it should be said that they couldn't be compared at all. If his sword intent hadn't improved, then he would have definitely been corrupted by the killing intent and baleful energy here even if he possessed 2 types of intents. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. Let me absorb the baleful energy and killing intent here. It was Heaven's gravestone. Yang Yi stopped and said, Can you? The killing intent and baleful energy here were too strong. They were so strong that void rank slaughter intent couldn't resist them at all. So, he was quite worried that Heaven's gravestone would lose itself before it could even absorb the killing intent and baleful energy here. Heaven's gravestone said, Kid, don't look down on me. I was born for slaughter, so the stronger the baleful energy and killing intent is, the more beneficial it is to me. Even though it's a little strong here, it's not a big deal. Besides that, I must improve myself. Otherwise, I don't feel safe by your side. You are really great at causing trouble. Yang Ye's face darkened. Don't you like that? Like that, my ass? Heaven's gravestone was slightly furious. Just see what sort of people you've offended. If it wasn't for that woman, not only would you have died during the battle at the Radiant Dimension, I, Heaven's gravestone, would have to erect my own gravestone as well. In short, it's too dangerous by your side, so it's much safer if I improve slightly. Leave me here and head up there yourself. It liked to kill, but its desire to kill varied based on the target. What sort of people had Yang Yi offended? They were either emperors or the eye of the heaven Tao, and it was even to the extent that he'd offended peerless experts who were above the emperor realm. It really couldn't survive if this continued. Of course, its true intention was that it hoped to be able to keep up with Yang Yi. If it couldn't keep up with Yang Yi as he grew stronger, then what would the outcome be? It was obvious. Yang Yi nodded and didn't speak another word. He just issued a command in his heart, and a blood-red sword appeared in front of him. Actually, it wasn't Heaven's gravestone's actual body. Just as it had said in the past, it had no material body. It existed so long as there was blood. However, while it didn't have an actual body, it had a consciousness, and that consciousness was like a person's soul. It had once hidden its own consciousness within Yang Ye's heart of slaughter in order to threaten Yang Yi. Yet now, it wasn't necessary to do that to Yang Yi anymore. Because based on Yang Ye's current strength, crushing it would really just take an instant. After all, Yang Ye's current sword intent was utterly superior to his slaughter intent, not to mention a heaven-defying treasure like the primordial pagoda was there within him. The blood-red sword was slightly different from how it looked in the past because Heaven's gravestone's consciousness was within it. In the past, it was a dead object without Yang Ye's control. But at this moment, the blood-red sword possessed powerful strength even without Yang Ye's control. Of course, any sword needed a person as a medium in order to bring forth its true strength. Even the sword's spirit strength had limits without Yang Yi to swing the sword precursor. Yang Yi gazed at Heaven's gravestone that was trembling violently. "How does it feel?" "Very strong," Heaven's gravestone spoke solemnly. Even though he hadn't comprehended slaughter intent, the killing intent and baleful energy here is countless times stronger than void rank's slaughter intent. "Kid, the gap between the two of you is really huge. Can you advance above the emperor rank?" asked Yang Yi. That was what he cared the most about. If Heaven's gravestone could improve once more, then it would definitely be extraordinarily good news to him. "I don't know, but I'll try." As soon as Heaven's gravestone finished speaking, Yang Yi sensed a boundless killing intent and baleful energy and the surroundings start surging towards it. As it surged madly into Heaven's gravestone, the blood-red sword seemed to grow even more material and solid. Yang Yi watched for a while before continuing up the mountain. He really wanted to see what was at the top of the mountain. Of course, most importantly, he wanted to know if the stellar sword diagram was there. After all, Lady had sent him here so that he could obtain it. Yang Yi didn't walk very quickly as he traveled up the mountain. He could instantly arrive at its peak with his current strength, but he hadn't. He was sensing the sword intent around him. Even though he'd advanced past the void rank, he knew that there was still a very large gap between his sword intent and Jian Wuji's sword intent. Yang Yi had never thought of himself as invincible, and he never felt that he was extraordinary. Because there were too many experts in the world. Just like this very moment. Even if Jian Wuji had died countless years ago, Yang Yi was still able to sense how strong Jian Wuji had been. 15 minutes later, Yang Yi stopped moving. There were 2 stone tablets not too far ahead of him, and there were words inscribed on the stone tablets. Yang Yi gazed at the stone tablet on the left. "I trained in the sword from the age of 3, comprehended sword intent at the age of 5, attained perfection in sword intent at the age of 10, advanced to the void rank at the age of 15. At 19, I was matchless amongst the younger generation of the entire continent. At 22, I was called the Sword God, and I was unmatched throughout the continent. At the age of 23, I broke through the barrier of the world and headed to outer space. At the age of 30, I obtained the inheritance of an ancient sword cultivator in outer space and comprehended the sword domain. After that, I fought my way through hundreds of worlds yet never suffered a single defeat. The words stopped at this point. Yang Yi clenched his right hand while waves surged through his heart. What was a genius? This was exactly it. Yang Yi's natural talent could only be described as trash when compared to Jian Wuji. Because Jian Wuji had attained void rank sword intent when he was still practicing with the sword. As for when he'd attained void rank sword intent, Jian Wuji was already called the Sword God and was unmatched throughout the continent. At that time, Dark Hell Continent had been a medium world, and the geniuses on the continent at that time were absolutely countless times more terrifying than the geniuses of the radiant dimension. So, how terrifying would he have been to be unmatched throughout the continent during that time? It was quite a blow to Yang Ye's confidence. Yang Yi felt like he'd suffered an injury. After all, one would only realize how inferior one was when compared to another who was much greater. Yang Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, and then gazed at the stone tablet on the right. There was only a single line on it. You fought your way through hundreds of worlds yet remained unmatched? That's because you didn't encounter me. Yang Yi was speechless. A long time passed before Yang Yi shook his head. Obviously, it was definitely the unfettered one who'd left these words behind. Both of these fellows were extraordinary. Actually, Yang Yi was quite curious about whether the unfettered one or Jian Wuji was stronger if they fought each other at their respective primes. Both of them were peerless geniuses who had comprehended the sword domain, and they were searching for experts throughout the world. So, Yang Yi felt that if they were to fight each other, then it would definitely be an absolutely brilliant battle. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible for that battle to occur anymore. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he hesitated for a moment, and looked at a huge rock that stood not too far away from him. He waved his right hand, and it instantly arrived by the side of the two existing stone tablets. Yang Yi pressed his index and middle fingers together before waving them about for a few times, and then the stone was instantly transformed into another stone tablet. After that, Yang Yi started waving his fingers incessantly. A short while passed before Yang Yi smiled as he gazed at the words on the stone tablet, and then he continued towards the peak of the mountain. The peak was no more than 300 m away, but Yang Yi wasn't impatient at all, and he continued walking slowly. Throughout these past few years, he'd practically never rested for even a day, so it was really rare for him to calm down and take his time. He'd been too busy throughout his life. Yang Yi walked slowly, yet it didn't take long for him to arrive at the peak, and then he was instantly stunned. Chapter 1195 Point at the heavens, and the heavens shall cease to exist. Chapter 1195 Point at the heavens, and the heavens shall cease to exist. Contrary to his expectations, there was nothing at the peak. There was only a single black stone tablet not too far away from him. The stone tablet was very tall. It was around 10 m tall, and there was a short line of words on it. Do you know how weak I am? Tempestuous waves instantly swept through Yang Ye's heart when he saw these words. Yang Yi fell silent. He stared fixedly at it in silence. Was Jian Wuji weak? He definitely wasn't. But why had he left those words behind? Yang Yi had a rough understanding of the reason. During Jian Wuji's final battle with the old man in Taoist robes, he'd lost. But the old man was merely a clone. Jian Wuji had been unmatched before this, and he never suffered defeat. Yet now, he'd lost to a clone. So, it was definitely a huge blow to him. Of course, that was definitely not the only reason. After all, Jian Wuji was no ordinary person. Defeat was absolutely not something that could make him suffer a blow to his confidence. So, something else had definitely occurred between him and the old man, and that was the reason why Jian Wuji had left such words behind. Yang Yi was shocked. How strong is the old man? He even made a sword god speak such words. Yang Yi knew that the old man was very strong. It was obvious from the primordial pagoda and the incidents with Lady and Jian Wuji. However, he didn't know exactly how strong the old man was. He had no idea. He couldn't imagine how strong the old man was. A long time passed before Yang Yi shook his head, and he stopped thinking about that question before turning around with the intention to leave. Suddenly, the stone tablet cracked apart and was obliterated before Yang Yi's shocked gaze. After that, a black scroll appeared before Yang Yi. The stellar sword diagram? Yang Yi was delighted. He stretched out his hand and beckoned, and the black scroll flew into his grasp. It had just touched his palm when it immediately transformed into a ray of light that shot into the center of Yang Yi's forehead. After that, Yang Yi's vision dimmed, and he opened his eyes slowly after the world around him spun for a moment. At this moment, he was in a gray and hazy world. Not too far away from him was a man with a sword on his back, and the man had his back towards Yang Yi. So, Yang Yi wasn't able to see the man's face. Jianwuji? Yang Yi frowned slightly. This sword technique is called Point at the Heavens, and it's at the void rank. I obtained it by chance in outer space. That senior said that I shouldn't allow this technique to be lost in the world, so I left it behind here. I hope you cherish it, one who comes after me. Remember that you must attain rebirth rank sword intent to cultivate this technique. Otherwise, it'll definitely result in your death. The man with the sword on his back started walking off towards the distance as he said, During the ancient times, the Heaven Tao was heartless. It treated all things like dogs, so we cultivators who fight for survival with the heavens should point our swords at the heavens. This technique was created for the Heaven Tao. If the Heaven Tao is unjust and assists the evil, then point at the heavens, and the heavens shall cease to exist. As soon as the man finished speaking, he suddenly pressed his index and middle fingers together and pointed them up at the sky. Oem! A sword howl resounded before a ray of sword energy shot up into the sky. Yang Yi watched with astonishment as the sword energy grew smaller and smaller as it shot through the sky. It started as thick as a pillar, but it was thin like a needle when it arrived high above, and it was still shrinking. A few breaths of time later. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then the entire sky cracked apart in an instant. It didn't take long for the scene around him to transform before he returned to reality. Yang Ye's eyes were still closed tightly as he recalled the scene he witnessed earlier. Point at the Heavens was created for the Heaven Tao. It was like Heavenrand but different as well. He had to rely on the sword precursor and ancient sheath to execute Heavenrand. But Point at the Heavens didn't require assistance from any treasures, and it just required rebirth rank sword intent to be executed. Was the true form of Heavenrand or Point at the Heavens stronger? It was Heavenrand without a doubt. The main reason it was stronger than Point at the Heavens was because of the sword spirit. When he truly joined forces with the sword spirit, it was equivalent to becoming one with his sword. Moreover, it was a sword that couldn't be ranked. But Point at the Heavens was just a sword technique that was created to fight against the Eye of the Heaven Tao. If he encountered the Radiant Dimension's Eye of the Heaven Tao right now, then he wouldn't even have to waste much energy to deal with it. He would just have to point his finger at it, and it would vanish. To a certain extent, the Point at the Heavens technique was much more effective against the Eye of the Heaven Tao than Heavenrand. Because while Heavenrand was said to be capable of rending the heavens, it wasn't created for the Eye of the Heaven Tao. But Point at the Heavens creation was aimed at the Eye of the Heaven Tao. A huge amount of information entered Yang Ye's mind when he received the inheritance, and most of the information was related to the weak points of the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Point at the Heavens aimed especially at those weak points. It was like eating, it could be done with a pair of chopsticks. But what would happen if one was given 2 sticks? Perhaps it would still be possible to eat, but would it be as simple and effective as using chopsticks? Moreover, there was another difference between Heavenrand and Point at the Heavens. He had to utilize the sword precursor to execute Heavenrand, and it would be impossible to execute Heavenrand without it. But Point at the Heavens didn't need that, and even if he suffered backlash from executing Point at the Heavens, it would just exhaust his profound energy. But the backlash from Heavenrand, that could take his life. Heavenrand was a technique that was used when he was ready to risk his life, but Point at the Heavens was a technique that was to be used at ordinary times. In short, he liked the technique. After all, he'd always been enemies with the Eye of the Heaven Tao, so he would definitely have numerous chances to utilize it in the future. Yang Yi didn't choose to head down the mountain. He sat down cross-legged, activated the sword domain, and started cultivating Point at the Heavens. Because he had the sword domain around him, he was able to cultivate it at an extremely swift pace. Unfortunately, he could only use the sword domain for cultivating techniques. Besides that, he felt even more regretful that he hadn't been able to obtain the stellar sword diagram on Godfall Mountain. Moreover, Jian Wuji hadn't left a strand of his soul behind and had just left a projection he'd created in the past. This made Yang Yi feel slightly disappointed. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. He pressed his index and middle fingers together. In an instant, a terrifying aura appeared out of thin air, and the entire mountain started to crack apart. At the same time, the space around him had instantly started to crack apart as well. Yang Yi hurriedly relaxed his fingers because he didn't want to destroy the mountain. Yang Yi gazed at his finger and grinned, and then he descended to the point where Heaven's gravestone resided. Yang Yi glanced at Heaven's gravestone, and he noticed that it was still absorbing the baleful energy and killing intent here. At this moment, it had grown even more material, and the bloody and baleful aura it emanated even made his heart palpitate slightly. Yang Yi nodded slightly at the sight of this, and he felt that it would be even better if Heaven's gravestone could advance to a higher rank. He didn't disturb it, and continued down because he wanted to ask Jian Su something. It didn't take long for him to see Jian Su. Jian Su asked, "Did you obtain his inheritance?" Yang Yi shook his head. There was only a single sword technique that Senior Jian Wuji left behind, and it was something he obtained by chance. The only reason he left it there was because the person who'd passed it down to him didn't wish for it to be lost. As for Senior Jian Wuji's own inheritance, there was nothing like that there. Jian Su shook his head. What a pity! Yang Yi smiled. He seemed to have thought of something, and he hesitated for a moment before he asked, Senior Jia Su, do you know where the stellar sword diagram is? Jian Su's expression changed slightly. You intend to look for it as well? Yang Yi didn't conceal his intentions and nodded. I do need it. Jian Su gazed at him for a long while before he spoke. Actually, it would be useless to you even if you obtained it. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Jian Su looked up at the sky and said, See that? There's a mysterious energy up there. It doesn't just stop us from leaving, even stellar energy is isolated from our world. The stellar sword diagram needs stellar energy to be utilized. It's completely useless without stellar energy. Moreover, even if you have stellar energy, you can't utilize it without the sword domain. The laughable thing is many people in this world are searching incessantly for it. Yet they are unaware that it's useless even if they obtain it. Yang Yi gazed at Jian Su. Senior, do you know where it is? Jian Su gazed at Yang Yi. You still want it? Yang Yi nodded. He had the sword domain. As for stellar energy, wouldn't he have access to it once he left Dark Hell Continent? As for whether he could leave, he wasn't worried about that at all. If the energy was left behind by some other expert, then perhaps he might be worried. However, it was left behind by the old man in Taoist robes. He felt that since it was the old man's, the energy should probably not make things difficult for him. After all, he was at least half a disciple of the old man's. At the very least, that was what he thought. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid even if it refused to let him through. If worse comes to worse, he would just slash it apart. If he couldn't accomplish it on his own, he had the sword's spirit. If she wasn't enough, then he had the Qiong Qi. If their joint forces weren't sufficient, then he had the primordial pagoda. If even that failed, then he would really be in trouble. Jian Su glanced at Yang Yi and said, I don't know its exact location. But according to my conjecture, it should be at the ruins of the Sword God's Palace. Because Sword God's Palace had started to engage in internal strife once Senior Jian Wuji fell all those years ago, and besides fighting for the position of Palace Master, they were fighting for the stellar sword diagram as well. In the end, the Sword God's Palace was destroyed, and the stellar sword diagram should be in the ruins of the Sword God's Palace. The Sword God's Palace was destroyed? Yang Yi was slightly surprised. Who destroyed it? Jian Su seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were filled with fear and a trace of terror. A long time passed before he closed his eyes slowly. Someone who should have died had died during the internal strife, and it caused great calamity to descend. In just a single night, over 100 emperors died miserably while countless disciples were annihilated. The Sword God's Palace was erased from the world overnight. Ha! Jian Su looked up at the peak of Ga Fall Mountain. We failed the founding ancestor, Yang Yi said. Senior, so you're from the Sword God's palace. Jian Su shook his head. I don't belong to it. I intended to join the Sword God's palace, but catastrophe struck Sword God's palace before I could even participate in the recruitment test. That was why I was able to survive. However, everything I cultivated belongs to the Sword God's palace, so addressing Jian Wuji as the founding ancestor isn't wrong. Yang Yi nodded. I see. Jian Su gazed at Yang Yi and said, I have other matters to deal with. I'll head to Cloud Fall City once I'm done. Farewell. Jian Su's figure transformed into a wisp of light that vanished on the spot. Once Jian Su left, Yang Yi frowned. Who destroyed the Sword God's palace? Over 100 emperors died miserable overnight? Such strength is probably comparable to Lady when she was at her peak. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Dark Hell Continent isn't simple at all. I absolutely can't allow myself to feel proud because I've attained rebirth rank sword intent. Bang! Suddenly, a pillar of blood shot up into the sky. In an instant, the sky in an area of around 50,000 kilometers was instantly turned blood red while boundless killing intent and baleful energy filled every single corner of Ga Fall. Chapter 1196 Yang Yi, resist 3 of my attacks. Chapter 1196 Yang Yi, resist 3 of my attacks. Heaven's gravestone has advanced? Yang Yi was delighted when he saw the pillar of blood. Even though Heaven's gravestone was at the emperor rank, it wasn't really sufficient for his current strength. But the sword precursor was too strong, and he didn't dare to use it at will even with his current strength. So, if Heaven's gravestone could surpass the emperor rank, then it would truly be good news. Yang Yi was about to head over to have a look. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked up, and a ray of blood-red light was slashing down towards him from above. What's Heaven's gravestone doing? Yang Yi frowned and flicked a ray of sword energy upwards. In an instant, the blood-red light was obliterated. Suddenly, a blood-red sword tore through the air and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi immediately felt like he was within an ocean of blood while boundless baleful energy and killing intent swept at his mind like a tornado. It caused him to be momentarily dazed. At the same time, his eyes turned completely red in an instant. But it only took a moment for his eyes to regain their clarity before he stretched out his hand and tapped his finger against the tip of the sword. Wham! A sword howl shot up into the sky while the space around Yang Yi started to ripple violently. Yang Yi gazed at the blood-red sword before him. It wasn't much different than it had been in the past. It was a deep red color in the past, yet it was dark red now, and the baleful energy and intent to kill it carried was countless times stronger than before. Even Yang Yi, who'd attained rebirth rank sword intent, was affected by it. Kill! Meanwhile, Heaven's gravestone's voice resounded from within the sword. After that, a ray of blood-red light erupted from the tip of the sword, yet was instantly obliterated by a speck of light which flickered on the tip of Yang Yi's finger. Yang Yi twisted his palm and clamped down on the sword with 2 fingers. Heaven's gravestone, what's wrong with you? Kill! Kill everyone! Heaven's gravestone was trembling violently while strands of killing intent and baleful energy surged at Yang Yi. However, it seemed like a barrier had enveloped Yang Yi, so the baleful energy and killing intent weren't able to approach him at all. Yang Yi's brows were knit tightly together. He knew that Heaven's gravestone had been affected by Jian Wuji's killing intent and baleful energy. Jian Wuji's killing intent and baleful energy didn't have a consciousness of their own, but they had their own unconscious instinct. Simply speaking, it wasn't just Heaven's gravestone's own will that resided within the sword. Jian Wuji's negative emotions were there as well. Presently, Heaven's gravestone's mind wasn't completely clear, so it was even possible for its consciousness to be eliminated by Jian Wuji's negative thoughts and emotions. Heaven's gravestone's consciousness was formed from boundless baleful energy and slaughter intent, but if there was a will to kill that surpassed its strength, then it wasn't impossible for Heaven's gravestone's consciousness to be eliminated. Kill! Meanwhile, A furious howl resounded from within the sword, and then it trembled violently and struggled free of Yang Ye's fingers. After that, it stabbed straight towards Yang Ye's heart. However, it stopped dead in its tracks before it could even touch Yang Ye's clothes. Because Yang Ye had grabbed it. A moment later, a strand of sword intent surged into it. H! In an instant, Heaven's Gravestone's shrill cry resounded from within the sword. Yang Ye held the sword and spoke in a low voice. Clear your mind! Heaven's Gravestone howled furiously. I can't hold on much longer. Yang Ye frowned. He knew how prideful Heaven's Gravestone was. If it wasn't really severe, Heaven's Gravestone would absolutely not admit defeat. But it did make sense. Heaven's Gravestone was just at the Emperor rank, but what realm of cultivation had Jian Wuji been at? He was a peerless expert, so Heaven's Gravestone was probably no more than dirt before Jian Wuji. Even if the baleful energy and killing intent here were just a little of Jian Wuji's negative emotions, it wasn't something that Heaven's Gravestone could resist. Should I eliminate Jian Wuji's baleful energy and killing intent? He could accomplish that now, but Heaven's Gravestone's consciousness might be erased in the process. Because Heaven's Gravestone had fused together with Jian Wuji's negative emotions. Yang Ye remained silent for a short while before he said, Enter the heart of slaughter. I'll deal with it. It's dangerous. It's very, very strong. Heaven's Gravestone's voice carried a trace of pain. Just do it. Yang Ye spoke indifferently. Otherwise, you're finished. Heaven's Gravestone asked. Are you confident? Yang Ye said. I'll give it a try. As soon as Yang Ye finished speaking, the blood-red sword in his grasp transformed into a ray of light that entered his body and shot into his heart of slaughter. Bang! In an instant, a pillar of blood shot up and pierced the sky. At the same time, Yang Ye turned blood-red. He closed his eyes and slowly sat down cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, Yang Ye seemed quite terrifying. Strands of baleful energy, blood, and killing intent were surging like a torrent from him. If it was in terms of natural talent, then Yang Ye was no monstrous genius. But if it was in terms of willpower, then he felt that he was really not bad. After all, the pain he'd once endured to temper his body was absolutely not something an ordinary person could endure. Regardless of whether it was Profounder Continent or the Radiant Dimension, there were very few outstanding body cultivators. Why? Because one had to endure inhumane torture to possess a body that was stronger than demon beasts. Such torture was absolutely not something an ordinary person could endure. Once one endured it successfully, then that person's willpower was absolutely strong. Yang Ye knew that Jian Wuji's negative emotions were strong, but he wasn't afraid. Because if he even feared this little bit of negative emotions that Jian Wuji had left behind, then he would have cultivated until now for nothing. Yang Ye sat cross-legged on the ground, and his brows were knit together, relaxed, knit together again, at the foot of Godfall Mountain. Du Jian, Qin Zhuyao, and the others hadn't left. They were waiting for Yang Ye to descend the mountain. The peak of Godfall Mountain had always been something they looked up to and were curious about. Because as far as they were concerned, Jian Wuji had definitely left his inheritance, or something else there after perishing on that spot. In short, they just wanted to have a look. Huan Kong, who stood by Qin Zhiyao's side, suddenly asked, Is he really Yang Ye? Are you not tired of this? Meanwhile, Lin Fan spoke abruptly. You've asked that question no less than 100 times. Even if you aren't tired of it, we are. Qin Zhuyao glanced at Huan Kong and remained silent. Huan Kong didn't argue with Lin Fan this time. He looked up at the mountain peak with admiration in his eyes. It really is Yang Ye. So he really was Yang Ye. My God! I actually spoke to him just now. Huan Kong seemed to have thought of something at this point, and his expression changed before he gazed at Lin Fan. Fuck! I spoke badly about him just now. Do you think he'd hold a grudge? Oh. This mouth of time. All the others were speechless. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Do you really have to act like that? Huan Kong glanced at Lin Fan. What do you know? Let me ask you this. What sort of status did we, sword cultivators, have after Senior Jian Wu perished and the sword god's palace vanished? No! We had no status. Before this, there were 2 peerless geniuses on the continent who can kill emperors at the Saint Realm. But none of them was a sword cultivator. It was Yan Yi. It was Yan Yi who allowed us sword cultivators to shock the continent once more. All of them fell silent. Huan Kong continued. After the sword god's palace vanished, fewer and fewer train in the sword. Why? Because sword cultivators have fallen into a decline. Sword cultivators were once glorious, but we've fallen into a decline now. Yan Ye's arrival allowed sword cultivators to appear once more before the world, and it represents that sword cultivators will rise to prominence once more. Because no one would dare to look down upon sword cultivators now. So, do you think it's wrong for me to admire him? Lin Fan glanced at Huan Kong and said, I didn't say that you were mistaken. But can you keep it to yourself? We already know that you admire him, so stop for a while, alright? I'm just too excited. I'm delighted. I can't control myself. Huan Kong gazed at the peak of Ga Fong Mountain and seemed like he'd been injected with chicken blood. Wasn't it just killing an emperor? Meanwhile, Dugu Jian suddenly spoke. I'll kill one another day as well. You. Huan Kong pointed a finger at Dugu Jian. Both of us like to talk big, so can we not attack each other? Dugu Jian gazed at Huan Kong and said, You think I can't kill an emperor? Huan Kong shrugged. Alright, even if you can. I'm saying that even if, and I'm not saying that you can't, so don't misunderstand. Even if you can kill an emperor, but so what? Can you ascend this mountain? Can you? Look, he has gone up. But what about up? Lin Fan glanced at Huan Kong and said, Be a little tactful when you speak. Huan Kong shrugged. It can't be helped. I'm an honest person. Isn't it just ascending the mountain? Meanwhile, Dugu Jian spoke abruptly. Is that so great? As he spoke, Dugu Jian looked up at the peak of the mountain, and his eyes were filled with resolve. It didn't take long for him to start walking towards the mountain peak. The others gazed at Dugu Jian, but here were no smiles on their faces anymore. It was the same for Huan Kong. However, Dugu Jian suddenly walked back to them and said, I'm not feeling well today. I'll head up there another day. All of them were speechless. Dugu Jian glanced at them and said, I'll definitely ascend the mountain another day. Huan Kong gulped. He suddenly walked closer to Dugu Jian, and then he bowed slightly to Dugu Jian. I, Huan Kong, admit my inferiority before your shamelessness. As he spoke, he glanced at Dugu Jian and continued, You really are formidable. The others gazed at Dugu Jian as well, and their eyes were filled with gazes that said they were convinced of his superiority. Dugu Jian was speechless. Suddenly, all of them looked up at the mountain because a figure was walking down slowly from above. It was Yan Yi. Their eyes burned with admiration, and even the calmest amongst them, Qin Zhuyao, couldn't help but clench her fist slowly. It didn't take long for Yan Yi to arrive in front of them. He glanced at them and was about to speak when Dugu Jian suddenly pointed his sword at Yan Yi. I lost the previous competition, and you can raise your requests later. Now I want to challenge you. I'll admit defeat if you can resist 3 attacks of mine. Yan Yi was speechless. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.